research with pea tendrils. I'm sure he did many other plant studies, but this is the one I was reading about. And I'm hoping this analogy, I'll just set it up. I'm hoping that this analogy will be something that we can keep coming back to as we move forward, because, you know, as we shake up our intuitions and get confused, and then we come back to intuition and say, no, that just can't be. I think this analogy might be helpful. But
what kind of plant was it working on?
Pea tendrils. So a pea plant has these tendrils. You can picture them. They coil. So I don't know what year this research was done. I'm guessing in the 80s,
but pea tendrils have been around long before that.
Yes, and the research may have happened long before.
In fact, they might be doing the research on the humans, but that's another story.
Yeah, right. Pea tendrils, as a system, generally, there are a few more things they can do, but generally they can behave in two ways. They can grow in a straight line slowly, or they can grow in this coil form more quickly. And what happens is when they are growing in a straight manner and they encounter a branch or a pole or something else that it can wrap itself around to gain more stability, when it senses a branch there, that gives it a cue to start growing at a more rapid pace and to start coiling instead of growing straight. So it has these two behaviors. As a system, it's capable of growing straight and it's capable of coiling. One interesting thing, actually, I'll just add this, it's not totally relevant, but one interesting thing is Mark Jaffe's work. So he cut a pea tendril. He was curious to see if it could do this on its own, separate from the rest of the plant. So he cut a pea tendril off the plant. If you keep it in a moist, warm environment, it will continue to behave in these ways. So it will continue to coil. If he noticed that if he touched one end of it, if he rubbed one side of it, that gave it enough of a cue that it would start to coil. And then he noticed that it needed light to perform this action. So in the dark, when he rubbed the edge of the tendril, it did not coil. In the light, it would. And then he recognized this further fact, which was that the pea tendril that he rubbed in the dark, that was still straight, if he brought it out into the light, and this could be hours later, it would start to coil. It has a primitive form of memory where it has the sensation and then it holds on to that information. And as soon as there's light, it acts on it.
But also in a kind of distributed intelligence, because you can separate it from the main, the main part.
Right.
Like if you chop off a human, it's not gonna keep growing.
Even if you keep it in a moist, warm environment, it's not going to reach out for the cup of coffee when you come in.
Maybe in the correct environment. Maybe we just haven't found the environment. But anyway, that's pretty amazing.
So that's a separate fact. But anyway, so if you just use the analogy of a pea tendril, and if you imagine, which is something I like to do a lot, if you imagine this plant has some kind of conscious experience. Of course, it doesn't have complex thought. It doesn't have anything like a human experience. But if it were possible for a plant to have some felt experience, you can imagine that when it comes into contact with a branch and starts to coil, it could be one of deciding to do that, or that it feels good, or kind of wanting. I mean, that's too complex. That's anthropomorphizing, but there's a way in which you could imagine this pea tendril under those circumstances suddenly wants to start coiling.
So you're saying you try to meditate on what it's like to be a pea tendril, a plant. Like that's what's required here. It's like you have to empathize with a plant or with another organism that's not human.
Yeah, and you don't actually need that for this analogy, the larger analogy that I'm getting at, but I think that's an interesting piece to keep in mind. That you could imagine that in nature, if there's a conscious experience associated with a pea tendril, that at that moment, what that feels like is a want to start moving in a different way.
So you want to imagine that without anthropomorphizing, so without projecting the human experience, but rather sort of humbling yourself that we're just another plant with more complexity.
Yes.
Like trying to see where.
Exactly. So that's where I'm going with it.
Sure.
So and when you start making that connection, you can see where there are a few points at which there's room for an illusion to come in for our own feelings of will. So when we move from the pea tendril to human decision making, obviously human decision making, human brains are many, many, many times more complex than whatever is going on in a peak tendril. I mean, it is, the brain is actually the most complex thing we know of in the universe thus far. So there is the genes that develop the brain into any particular brain into what it is. They're all the inputs. There are countless factors that we could never, I mean, it may as well be an infinite number of factors. And then in that particular moment, whatever the inputs are to a brain, the brain is capable of almost an infinite number of outputs, right? So if I walked in here this morning and you said, would you like water or tea? And that's, simple decision for me to
passive aggressive way of telling you I should offer you some tea. But yes, go on.
No, I wanted water.
Okay. All right.
I actually asked.
All right, great.
And you didn't have any free will anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't hold you responsible for any of it.
Exactly. I was just running an algorithm.
So
Deterministically.
you give me this decision, right, to make water or tea. Go back to the P tendril for a second. A P tendril is capable of growing in a straight line slowly or in a coil quickly. My brain is capable of all kinds of responses to that question, even though you've given me two options. You could offer me water or tea, and I could just run out of the room screaming if I wanted to, right?
Happens to me all the time these days.
Never mind, I don't want to do this.
Yes.
The fact that the brain is capable, that there's so many inputs, and then the brain is capable of so many outputs as a system, what it's hard for us to get our minds around is that it may not be capable of any behavior in every moment of time. So as a system, it's capable of doing all kinds of things. And the point I'm making is that if we could see all of the factors leading up to the moment where I chose water or where I ran from the room, we could, in fact, see that there was no other behavior I was going to or could have exhibited in that moment, in the same way that when the P tendril hits the branch, it starts coiling.
There's a parallel, which is very interesting in robotics, with fish and water. So you could see they've experiments with like dead fish and they keep swimming. So the fish is capable of all kinds of complicated movements as a system. But in any one moment, the river, the full complexity of the river defines the actual movement of the fish.
Right. Well, and I should also, I mean, this brings up another point, which is that there is a difference between voluntary and involuntary behavior. So, of course, we have reflexes, and it is there's different brain processing in action when I make a decision about water or tea than there is, if my behavior is forced from the outside, or if I have a brain tumor that's causing me to make certain decisions or feel certain feelings. And so the point is that at bottom, it's all brain processing and behavior. But the reason why certain actions feel will, there's a good reason why it feels that way. And it's to distinguish our own self-generated behavior based on thinking and, possibly weighing the different results of different things. I already had caffeine today. I don't want more, there are all these processes, things that we can point to and things that we can't, things I'm affected by at a subconscious level. And that is very different from an unwilled action or a reflex or something like that. And so some people, I can imagine, I haven't used the P tendril example, but I can imagine they wouldn't like that because the P tendril sounds more to them like a reflex, and that doesn't address the question of a much more complex decision-making process. But I think at bottom, that is what it is. And that's really where the illusion of free will and the illusion of self, which I think is kind of two sides of the same coin, come from. So even when we intellectually understand that everything we're feeling, everything we're doing is based on our brain processing and brain behavior, if you're a physicalist, you bought into that. Even when you intellectually understand that, and I include myself in this, we still have this feeling that there's something that stands outside of the brain processing that can intervene. And that's the illusion. I was tweeting with someone recently, which I almost never do, but we're working in the TED documentary that I'm making right now. We're working on the episode on free will. So I was allowing myself to go back and forth in a way that I don't usually on Twitter about free will. It was a friendly debate. I'm going to go into the reasons why I'm crazy about Twitter, but let's leave that for another time. I mean, talk about how hard it is to have this conversation when we have as many hours as we like. Trying to do it in sound bites over Twitter.
See, I like how you made the decision now not to talk about Twitter. It's
my brain.
Less traffic.
Brain. That was one of the things I said to this person was, someone chimed in and said, "You said I. What do you mean by I?" And so actually, that's another point I wanted to make, which is, first my response to that was, well, people tend to get creeped out when I say the system that is my brain and body that we call on, recommend.
Why do you get freaked out? Oh, you mean like person like?
Instead of like never saying I, always.
You're just
I always refer to you as the brain and body we call leg.
Yes. Well, that's kind of charming in a way. Alleged brain.
So I and you are very useful shorthand, even though at some level they're very useful shorthand for the system of my brain, really, and my body, the whole system. That I is useful for that, but the illusion is when we feel like there's something outside of that system that is free, that's somehow free from the physical world. I can have the thought, I really am not crazy about having intellectual back and forth on Twitter, and then feel like I decide to not follow that comment. Right? And the feeling, that's the feeling where the illusion comes in, because it really feels as if, sure, my brain had that original thought, and then I came in and made a different decision. But of course, the truth is, it was just further brain processing that got me to decide not to go down that path.
How much is that feeling of conscious will is culturally constructed shorthand? So like I and you is a you could say a culturally constructed shorthand. How much of that affects how we think? So our parents say I and you, and then we start to believe in I and you. And is that is that fundamental to the human brain machine?
Yeah. I think it goes very deep. I think it's fundamental, and I think it probably some form of feeling like a self goes as deep as cats and dogs. It's possible. I mean, if consciousness does go down to the level of cells, or however far down you want to take it, worms, or I think any system that's navigating itself, that kind of has boundaries and is navigating itself in the world. My guess is that it's an intrinsic part of. That's why I imagine that the P tendril would have this feeling, and so we use the word I. I think you're right. That the way we talk about things affects our intuitions about them and feel about them, and so there are other cultures who are more open to breaking through these illusions than others, for sure, just because of their belief sets, the way they talk. I mean, I'm sure I'm not a linguist, and I don't even speak a second language, so I can't speak to it. But if there were a language that framed who we are differently in everyday language and in our everyday communication, I think that would have an effect.
Yeah, language does affect things. And maybe just knowing Russian in the history of the Soviet Union in the 20th century, obviously it lived under communism for a long time. So your conception of individualism is different, and that reflects itself in the language.
Yeah.
You could probably have a similar kind of thing within the language in terms of how we talk about I and we and so on.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's like certain countries or maybe even villages with certain dialects that like let go of the individualism that's inherent.
Yeah, I mean, there must be a range, but I do think that it's pretty deep, and I think um, there's also a difference between the autobiographical me and then this more fundamental me that we're talking about, or that I'm pointing to as the illusion. So in my book, I talk about if someone wakes up with amnesia, brain injury, and suddenly have amnesia and can't remember anything about their lives, can't remember their name, don't recognize people they're related to, they would have lost their autobiographical self, but they would still feel like an I. They would still have that basic sense of I'm a person. I mean, they speaking that way. I don't remember my name. I don't know where I live. You still, it goes very deep, this feeling that I am a single entity that is somehow not completely reliant on the cause and effect of the physical world.
Can I ask you a pothead question?
Yeah.
Would you would you rather lose all your memories or not be able to make new ones? You have to, now I'm asking you as a human,
Yeah.
in terms of happiness and preference.
I can't answer that.
You like both? You like both features of the organism that you embody?
Well, one is intellectual and one is psychological, really. I mean, I would have to choose the memories only because memories of the past.
Yeah.
Only because I have children and a family, and it wouldn't just be affecting me, it would be affecting them. It would just be too horrible.
No, but you would make new ones, right?
If I lost my memory of the 13
Oh, you think, you think you would lose? This is a dark question.
Oh, wait, wasn't that the question? Maybe I misunderstood.
No, you understood it perfectly, but
yeah.
You know, sorry for the dark question, but the people you love in your life, if you lost all your memory of everything, do you think you would still love them? Like you show up, you don't know.
I don't know.
It's a roll of the dice.
I mean, it would not in the way that I do.
Right. Just some deep aspect of love is the history you have together.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and this gets to an interesting point, actually, which I think a lot about, which is memory. And we won't go into this yet, but I'll just plant a flag here that memory is, memory is obviously related to time. Time is something I'm fascinated with, and for this project I'm working on now, I've mostly been speaking to physicists who are interested in consciousness. And it's partly because of this link between memory and time and, all of these new fascinating theories and thoughts around the different interpretations of quantum mechanics, and looking at the thing that I've always been looking for is really the fundamental nature of reality, and why my questions about consciousness lead me to wonder if consciousness is a more fundamental aspect of the universe than we previously thought, and certainly I previously thought. And so memory is tied to so many things. I mean, even actually, so the P tendril, as I mentioned, memory comes into play there, and that's so fascinating. And there is no sense of self without memory, even if you're starting from scratch, as you said, with amnesia. If you truly couldn't lay down any memory, I think you would, then that sense of self would begin to disintegrate, because the sense of self is one of a concrete entity through time. And if each moment you really were stuck in the present moment eternally, you'd basically be meditating. And in meditation, this is a very common experience, is losing that sense of self, that sense of free will, that those illusions more easily drop away in meditation. And I would say for most people who meditate long enough, they do drop away. And there's actually an explanation at the level of the brain as well. The default mode network is circuitry in the brain that neuroscientists don't completely understand, but know is largely responsible for this feeling of being a self. And when that circuit gets quieted down, which it does in meditation and also does with the use of psychedelic drugs, and there are other ways to quiet down the default mode network, people have this experience of losing this illusion of being self. They no longer feel that they're self in the way that they usually do.
So there's the autobiographical self is connected to the sense of self.
Absolutely.
Through the memory. And then you're thinking that the solution to that lies in physics, not just neuroscience. Like ultimately consciousness and the experience, the conscious will is a question of physics.
I may have said something misleading because I was connecting too many dots.
Physics, yeah, misleading. Let us mislead each other.
I got excited when memory came up because I love talking about time.
So you mentioned a project you're working on a couple of times. What's that about? I think you said Ted is involved. You're interviewing a bunch of people. What's going on? What's the topic?
So I'm working on an audio documentary about consciousness, and it picks up where my book left off. So all of the questions that were still lingering for me, and research that I still wanted to do, I just started conducting. So I've done about 30 interviews so far, and it's not totally clear what the end result will be. I'm currently collaborating with Ted, and I'm having a lot of fun creating a pilot with them. And so we'll see where it goes. The idea is that it's a narrated documentary.
And it's like a series.
It'll be a 10-part series.
It's an unclear, you already know the number of parts?
Sorry. In my mind, it's a 10-part series. It may end up being 8 or 11 or 12. I don't know what.
Listen, I'm very confident with number 0 and 1 as well.
About 10.
I like the confidence of 10. So, and you're not sure what the title, like not the title, but the topic, will there be consciousness or something bigger or something smaller?
Yeah, I mean, it's mine. So at the end of my book, I kind of get to the place where I've convinced myself, at least, that this question about whether consciousness is fundamental is a legitimate one. And then I just start spending a lot of time thinking about what that would mean, if it's even possible to study scientifically. So I mostly talk to physicists, actually, because I really think ultimately this is a question for physics. If consciousness is fundamental, I think it needs to be strongly informed by neuroscience, but it's part of the fabric of reality, and is a question for physicists. So I speak to different physicists about different interpretations of quantum mechanics, so getting at the fundamentals. So string theory and many worlds. I spoke to Sean Carroll, had a great conversation with Sean Carroll. He's so generous because he clearly doesn't agree with me about many things. But he has a curious mind, and he's willing to have these conversations. And I was really interested in understanding many worlds better, and if consciousness is fundamental, what the implications are. So that was where I started, actually, with many worlds, and leading conversations about string theory and the holographic principle. I spoke to Lee Smolin and Brian Greene and Jan Levin and Carlo Rovelli, actually. You have Carlo on?
No.
Okay. He's great also, and fun to talk to because he's just endlessly curious. Yeah.
And you're doing audio?
It's all audio. Yeah, but it's in the format of a documentary, so I'm narrating and kind of telling the story of what questions came up for me, what I was interested in exploring, and then why I talked to each person I talked to.
By the way, I highly recommend Sean Carroll's Mindscape podcast, I think it's called.
Yeah.
It's amazing. One of my favorite things, when he interviews physicists, it's great, but any topic, his name is, but one of my favorite things is how frustrated he gets with panpsychism. But he's still like, it's like a fly towards the light. Yeah. For some reason, he can't make sense of it, but he still struggles with it. I think that's the sign of a good scientist who's struggling with these ideas.
I totally agree, and yes, that's what I appreciate in him and many scientists like that.
Who has the craziest, most radical ideas you talk with currently? So you can go either direction. You can go panpsychism, consciousness permeates everything.
Yeah.
I don't know how far you can go down that direction, or you could say that what would be the other direction? That there isn't real.
The problem is they're all crazy.
They're all crazy.
One is
all of us
crazier
are
than the next.
crazy.
and my own thoughts. Now, I have to be very careful about the words I choose because, I mean, it's just like talking about the different interpretations of quantum mechanics. It's what once you get deep enough, it's so counterintuitive and it's so beyond anything we understand that they all sound crazy. Many worlds sounds crazy. String theory. I mean, these are things we just cannot get our minds around, really. And so that's the realm I love to live in and love to explore in. And the realm that, to my surprise, my interest in consciousness has taken me back to.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yeah.
Just a side tangent. How do you prevent, when you're imagining yourself to be a peak tendril, how do you prevent from going crazy? I mean, this is kind of the Nietzsche question of like, you have to be very careful thinking outside the norms of society because you might fall off. Like mentally, you're so connected as a human to the collective intelligence that in order to question intuitions, you have to step outside of it for a brief moment. How do you prevent yourself from going crazy?
I think I used to think that was a concern.
And then you
I've
became
learned
crazy.
so much about the brain. No, and I've had experiences of deep depression and I've struggled with anxiety myself. I think in order to be a good scientist and in order to be a truthfully, let's say, to allow yourself to be curious and honest in your curiosity, I think it's inevitable that lots of ideas and theories and hypotheses will just sound crazy. And that is always how we advance science. And maybe, 9 out of 10 ideas are crazy, and crazy meaning they're actually not correct. But as I said, all of the big scientific breakthroughs, all of the truths we've uncovered that are the earth-shattering truths that we uncovered, they really do sound crazy at first. So I don't think one necessarily leads to a type of mental illness. I see mental illness in a very different category. And I think some people are more susceptible to being stabilized by this type of thinking. And that might be a legitimate concern for some people, that kind of being grounded in everyday life is important. For my psychological health, the more time I spend thinking about the bigger picture and outside of everyday life, the more happy I am, the more expansive I feel. It feels nourishing to me. It feels like it makes me more sane, not less. So,
Well, that's a happiness, but in terms of your ability to see the truth, you can be happy and
I guess I don't see mental illness necessarily being linked to truth or not truth. Actually,
we were talking about minimizing mental illness,
yeah.
But also truth is a different dimensions. You can go crazy in both directions. Even you could be extremely happy, and they are flat earthers. You can believe
Right.
the earth is flat,
Right.
because they're actually. I'm sure there's good books on this, but it's somehow really comforting. It's fun and comforting to believe you figured out the thing that everybody else hasn't figured out.
I think that's what conspiracy theories always provide people.
Why is it
That's
so fun? It's so fun. It's except when it's dangerous.
Yeah.
But even then, it's probably fun. But then you shouldn't do it because it's unethical. Anyway, so
Not true. I'm not a fan of following.
Well, that makes one of us. No, I don't know. There's probably a fascinating story to why conspiracy theories are so compelling to us human beings. That's deeper than just fun internet stuff.
Yeah. I'm very interested in why they're so compelling to some people and not others. I feel like there must be some difference that at some point we'll be able to discover.
Yeah.
Because some people are just not susceptible to them, and some people are.
And I wonder
really
what's the correlation
drawn to them.
Because I feel like the kind of thinking that allows for you to be open to conspiracy theories is also the kind of thinking that leads to brilliant breakthroughs in science. sort of willingness to go to crazy land.
That's
Something that seems like
interesting. I
crazy
see
land.
it the opposite way.
Really.
Yeah.
See, you don't see the connection between thinking the Earth is flat and coming up with special
Thinking the earth
relativity.
is flat is following your intuition and not being open to counterintuitive ideas. It's a very closed way of viewing things. Saying it's not the way you feel. There's information that tells us there's something else going on, and that type of person will say no. It's the way it feels to me.
No. But wait a minute. There's a mainstream narrative of science that says the Earth is round.
Right.
Like, and I think a flat earther would be. See, I admire the very first step of a flat earther. I don't admire the full journey. The first step is
I think if you're open to evidence, then the evidence clearly takes you in one direction.
right, but you have to ask the question. You have to ask. To me, this is like first principles thinking.
Yeah.
The Earth looks flat, so I'm gonna look around here, and I like. How crazy is it that the Earth is round and there's a thing called gravity that operates between objects that related to the mass of the object?
Right.
That's crazy.
Yes, the truth is often crazier than what the situation feels to be.
A good step is to question what everyone is saying, and then they
I know what you mean, to be skeptical about the authorities.
Yeah,
factor.
but I think that's and the authority not in some kind of weird current where everyone questions institutions, but more like the authority of the senior scientists, the junior scientists coming up. Wait a minute, why have we been doing things this way? And that first step, I feel like that rebelliousness or that open-mindedness or maybe like resistance to, or maybe curiosity that is not affected by whatever the mainstream science says today.
Yes, I feel like mainstream science has never been mainstream, and it's always a struggle for science to become mainstream. It's part of the reason why I started doing the work I did, actually helping scientists make their work more accessible, is that it's usually not.
Yeah.
Usually not.
Here's advice for scientists: be more interesting, and much more important, be less arrogant. Arrogance. There's very little money in science, and so everyone is fighting for that money, and they become more and more arrogant and siloed. I don't know why.
I will say that the scientists I know, and some of them are very well known, very famous scientists, are the least arrogant people I've ever met. That scientists in general, their personalities are more open, more humble, more likely to say they just don't know. Because I've been involved a lot in the science writing and how the media portrays. So one of the scientific community's greatest frustration is how their work gets presented in the media. And a lot of the time, I would say that's the main frustration is there's some new breakthrough, there's something, and the scientists will be saying, we're not sure, it's going to take 5 years, and no one likes to write a story about something that may or may not be true. They think it's true, they're going to take 5 years testing it, and so the headline will be, neuroscientists discovered, they want this sensational, and so I think the public often gets a false impression that the scientists are arrogant, and I really don't find that to be the case. And I've worked with all kinds of people, artists, and my life path has taken a strange.
You met some incredible people. You worked with some incredible people. So let's the crazy topic of free will. I mean, we have to leave
Okay.
Okay. So the plant. All right. Can you try to steel man the case that there's something really special about humans? That there is a fundamental difference between us and the pea tendril. Humans are clearly very special in the evolution of organisms on Earth.
Absolutely, yeah.
Could that have been the magic leap? Could consciousness been like the invention of the eukaryotic cell? Like this?
Well, then, so I have to get clear on what you're asking. So are you Are you coming from a place of wondering if we are the only conscious mammals?
Yes.
Do you really think that's a question?
Can you make a case for it?
I think that's a question. Take one step back. We look out at the universe. At this point in our scientific understanding, we know that essentially we're all made of the same ingredients, right? They're atoms in the universe doing their thing. They find themselves in different configurations based on the laws of physics. And then the question is, if we look out at all of the configurations of atoms in the universe and ask, which of these entail conscious experiences? Which of these have a felt experience of being a matter that are? And there are really only two, broadly speaking, there are really only two assumptions to make here. And the first one is the one that science has taken and that I have for most of my career as well, and that in many ways makes the most sense, which is electrons aren't conscious, cables aren't conscious, there's no felt experience there, but at a certain point in complex processing, that processing entails an experience of being that processing. Now that's just a fascinating fact all on its own, and I'd love to spend some time thinking about that. But so the question is, does consciousness arise at some point? Are some of these collections of atoms conscious? Or are all of them? Because we know the answer isn't no. You know, I know that I'm at least having a conscious experience. So I know that conscious experiences exist in the universe. And so the answer isn't none. So the answer has to be all or some. And this is a starting assumption that you're really kind of forced to make, and that it's all or some.
All or some?
I
or
would
one?
say one is some. We either need an explanation for why there's non-conscious matter in the universe and then something happens for consciousness to come into being, or it's part of the fundamental nature of reality.
It's also, if consciousness is a fundamental property of reality, it could also choose to not reveal itself until a certain complexity of organism.
I'm not sure what that means.
I'm not sure what that means either. Like the flame of consciousness does not start burning until a certain complexity of organism is able to
I
reveal.
don't think we can look at consciousness that way. I don't think. I mean, many people like to try to make that argument that it's a spectrum. Why do we have to say all or nothing? Maybe. And I agree that I actually think it is a spectrum, but it's a spectrum of content, not of consciousness itself. So, if a worm has some level of conscious experience, it is extremely minimal, something we could never imagine even having the complex experience you and I have. Maybe some felt sensation of pressure or heat or something super basic, right? So there's this range, or even if you just think of an infant, like the first moment an infant becomes conscious, there's a very, very minimal experience of inputs of sound and light and whatever it is. And so there's a spectrum of content, there's a spectrum of how much a system is consciously experiencing, but there's a moment at which you get on the spectrum, and I truly believe that piece of it is binary. So if there's no conscious experience, there is no consciousness. You can't say consciousness is there, it just hasn't lit its flame yet. If consciousness is there, there's an experience there, by definition. It has to arise at some point, or it has to always be there.
Is it possible to make the case that it arising happens first time ever with Homo sapiens?
I think that is extremely unlikely. What I think is more possible, based on what we understand about the brain, is that it arises in brains or nervous systems. And so then we're talking about flies and bees and all kinds of things that kind of fall out of our intuitions for whether they could be conscious or not. But I think, especially once you talk about more complex brains with many, many more neurons, and you're talking about cats and dogs and dolphins, it's very hard to see how there would be a difference between humans and other mammals in terms of consciousness.
Was there a difference in terms of intelligence? between humans and other mammals. No, but fundamental leap in intelligence.
It's hard to say definitively. I mean, it depends on, how you define intelligence and all kinds of things. But obviously, humans are unique and capable of all kinds of things that no other mammals are capable of. And there are important differences. And I don't think you need any magical intervention of something outside of the physical world to explain it. And the way I think about consciousness, I actually think that part of the reason we're mistaken about consciousness is because we are special in the ways that we're special. And because we're complex creatures, we have these complex brains. So I think we should probably get into some of the details of why I think we're confused about what consciousness is.
Yes.
Or just to finish this point, I think that we don't actually have any evidence that consciousness is complex, that it comes out of complex processing, that it's required for complex processing. And I think we've made this anthropomorphic mistake because we are conscious and it's very hard to get evidence. It's one of the things that makes consciousness unique and mysterious, and why I'm fascinated with it is the one thing in nature that can't get conclusive evidence of from the outside. We, by analogy, you're behaving basically the same way I behave, more or less. Talk about your conscious experiences, and therefore I just extrapolate from that you're having a felt experience in the way I am, and we can do that throughout nature. Well, there's no physical evidence, there's nothing we can observe from the outside that will give us conclusive proof that consciousness is there. And so I think we've made this leap to, because we're conscious and because we're unique and special and complex and intelligent in the way that we are, and because we don't have an intuition that anything else is conscious, or we have no feedback about it, we've made this assumption that consciousness, that those things aren't conscious, and felt experience does not exist out there in other atoms and forms of life even, but especially not inanimate objects. And therefore consciousness is somehow tied to these other things that make us unique. That consciousness arises when there is this complex processing. When there is, and we can talk about the evolution argument too, which I think is super interesting to get into, and I'm hoping to talk to Richard Dawkins about this for my theory. He's not interested. He's not interested, and actually the conversation I would have with him would be very brief because he's just not that interested in this topic. But let's go back to the Richard Dawkins, because I feel like there's a lot to talk about here in terms of our intuitions about consciousness, what it's doing, why in my book and everywhere I talk about consciousness, I bring it back to these two questions that I think are at the heart of our intuitions about consciousness. And so your questions about whether human beings are unique and special and all of that, I think are interesting questions and something we could talk about. I see them as separate questions from the consciousness question.
So you see consciousness as giving a felt experience to our uniqueness, as opposed to the uniqueness giving birth to consciousness.
Yes, and that potentially there is felt experience, even though it sounds crazy even to me, that there is felt experience in all matter. And at this point in my thinking, and after a few conversations with some physicists, I think if consciousness is fundamental, the only thing that actually makes sense is that it is part of the most fundamental that space-time and everything else emerges out of.
Out of consciousness.
Felt experience is just part of the fabric of reality.
So is it possible to intuit this? Can we start by thinking about dogs and cats, going to plants, and going all the way to matter, or is this going to be like modern physics, where it's just going to be impossible to even through our reason alone? Like, we're gonna have to have tools of some kind.
I think it'll be a little bit of both. I mean, I think the science has a very long way to go, and the truth is, I don't even think we can get to the science yet, because we have to do this work, and this is why I'm so passionate about this work. And it's really taking hold. I mean, there are scientists, neuroscientists, and physicists interested in consciousness, and kind of having gotten over the initial obstacle of wrestling with these intuitions so that it's now being talked about in a serious way, which was the first huge hurdle. But I think a lot more of that has to happen. A lot more of the intuition breaking from the science we already have. I mean, I think we almost need to catch our intuitions up to what we already know. And then continue to break through these intuitions systematically so that we can really think more clearly about consciousness. There are a couple of scientists now working on theories of consciousness which they don't quite go to the fundamental level, but they go extremely deep, so that something like an electron might be conscious under their theory. This is integrated information theory, IIT, Christoph Koch and Giulio Tononi. I've spoken to both of them. I spoke to Christoph Koch once or twice for this project I'm working on now. What they're working on is incredibly interesting to me and I think very important work. However, I think they are also really led by some false intuitions about self and free will. And I think that will be a limit to their work. So we can get into that, but
let's go.
We will.
Christoph Koch
Just
awesome.
Which is that what they're working on, I think, is the most important next step forward, which is just even being open to the fact that consciousness goes as deep as particle.
And being rigorous.
But even their theory isn't going as deep as I think we need to go. And it's hard to say how we could actually study this scientifically, but that's part of the reason why I'm such a supporter of IIT and why I'm so interested in what they're doing, even though I think they're wrong. Is because they're opening this path, and I think they're getting more people interested. And I think, it'll be. It's hard for me to imagine what the science will actually look like. But
okay, so your intuition, or at least the direction which you're pushing, is that consciousness is the only fundamental thing in the universe. That everything else, time, all those kinds of things emerge from that.
I will say that what I believe at this point, I've been saying 50-50 for a long time. I'd say now it's like 51-49 in terms of consciousness being emergent versus fundamental. So I am not convinced of this at all. I'm not convinced that consciousness is fundamental. What I think is there are very good reasons to think it could be. And essentially all of science up to this point has been led by the other assumption, by the first assumption that consciousness arises at some point, namely in brains. And that's where all the science has gone. And I think that's wonderful. And I think it should keep on going. And I actually think that was a more important place to start. But I think there's a possibility that the correct assumption is that it's fundamental. And so that's the science I support. That's the thing I spend a lot of my time thinking about, and talking to scientists and philosophers about. And so I shouldn't give the idea that I actually crossed over into believing this is the case, but it's the assumption I follow in my work at this point.
It's a possibility, an understudied possibility, so it deserves serious, rigorous attention.
And there are good reasons to start with that assumption versus the other that I think we're just now starting to realize.
So just to clarify, when we're talking about consciousness, we're talking about the hard problem of consciousness, that it feels like something to, there's a subjective experience. Do we, if consciousness permeates all matter, is fundamental, is that going to be somehow, is our current intuition about consciousness like the very tiny subset of what consciousness actually is? So like we have our intuitions about personal experiences, like what it feels like, what it tastes to eat a cookie or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But that seems like a very specific implementation of consciousness in an organism. So how can we even reason about something that's, if consciousness is fundamental, how can we reason about that? Like,
I'm not sure I'm understanding the connection between those two things, but
when you think about what it's like to be a plant, to experience a thing, okay, we can kind of get that. We can kind of understand that.
There are a lot of places we could go with this. One is there's actually work being done by people like David Eagleman. He's a neuroscientist. I don't know if you know him.
Yeah.
You should talk to him for your podcast if you haven't. He's wonderful. Great science communicator. He's someone I interviewed for my current project too. So he's done this actually. Okay, there are many places. One is he does work with sensory addition, sensory substitution, and this is going in very interesting directions and maybe partly answers the question, which is giving humans qualia, sensory experiences that we're not wired for, that human beings have never had before. You let me know what you're most interested in hearing about. We could talk about things like the brain port. There was actually a study done. I just talked to one of the participants in the study where they were seeing if they could give human beings an experience of magnetic north. So other animals have this sense that we don't have, where they can feel intuitively the way that our eyes work to give us an intuitive sense of our environment. We don't have to translate the information coming in through our eyes. We just have a map of the external world and we can navigate it. So many animals use a sense of magnetic north to get around, an intuitive sense. So I spoke to someone who was in this part of this experiment, and it was fascinating to hear him acquire a sense not only that he had never had, but that no human being had ever had. So when I asked him to describe the experience, it was challenging for him, and understandably so, because it would be like describing sight to someone who's never seen. But this is clearly possible, and scientists like David Eagleman and others are working on these. And so I do think it's possible that these scientific advancements may actually start to dovetail with the consciousness research in terms of being able to experience things we've never experienced before. But I do think that at some level, yes, we're limited as human beings. We may be able to find some proof or enough proof to at least assume that consciousness is fundamental, or who knows, one day actually believe that that's the correct scientific view of things, and not really be able to get our minds around that, to understand what it means, and certainly not to know what it feels like. We don't even know what it feels like to be other creatures.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean I guess that's what empathy is about. That's what I try to exercise. Just try to imagine what it's like to be and then you're doing that farther potential. But perhaps we could do that thing more rigorously by connecting different sensory mechanisms in the brain to do that for all kinds of organisms on Earth. But they're similar to us in scale and the time at which they function, the time scale, the spatial scale. Perhaps it's more difficult to do for electrons and so on.
Some of the intuitions I talked about, I just kind of I'm taking them for granted that you and everyone knows what I'm talking about, but in terms of the science, in terms of the study, understanding the binding processes, understanding just a little bit about how the brain works, and as far as we understand, and there's a ton of evidence to support that our conscious experience is at the tail end of a lot of brain processing. And so, so just a little, I give an example in my book. I talk about tennis, the binding of the sights and sounds and felt experience of hitting a tennis ball, which in the world are happening at different times. The rate it takes, the sound waves and the light waves and the felt sensation to travel to my brain are different. There are these binding processes that happen prior to the conscious experience, or essentially delivered to us by the brain. And so we can get back into this. I can answer your question first, but I feel like for a lot of people to understand some of the science that already is shattering some of our intuitions about the role consciousness plays, I think is helpful in terms of being able to be open to thinking about these other ideas.
Let's go there. where the heck does consciousness happen? What we understand about the brain timing wise. This connects to conscious will, to our experience of free will.
Yeah. So there is a period of time, and it's depending on the situation and the behavior, it can be anywhere from, it's essentially half a second. There's 200 milliseconds. I actually don't know. It's going to compare to the timing of syncing film and sound. I don't know if you know this
Yeah,
data.
unfortunately, very well.
You do?
The film and sound?
Yeah, like
Yes.
how the timing has to work so that our experiences of it happening at the same time.
Let me just sit in the silence. There's been so much pain at this one point.
Sorry,
So
I
much
had no
suffering.
idea.
So, I did a lot of algorithms and automatic synchronization of audio and video and all these kinds of things. Now, I know this well. There's a lot of science and there's a lot of differences, but it's about, and people claim it's about 100 milliseconds. You can't tell the difference, but it's much more like 30 to 50 milliseconds. And you can go nuts trying to see if something's in sync or not. Is it in sync or not?
Also,
Am I out of sync right now?
the brain is constantly making adjustments, and so it can shift for you while you're doing that, which is probably part of the thing that's driving you crazy. Okay, so I'll start with binding processes, and then I'll just give a couple examples. So yes, there's this window where your brain is essentially putting all of the information together to deliver you a present moment experience that is most useful for you to navigate the world. So as I said, I use this example of tennis in my book. So the sights and sounds are coming at us at different rates. It takes longer for a sensation in my hand when I hit the ball with the racket to travel to my brain than it does light waves to hit my retina and get processed by the brain. And all these signals are coming in at different times. Our brains go through this process of binding to basically weave it all together so that our conscious experience of that is of seeing, hearing, feeling the ball hit the racket all at the same time. That's obviously most useful to us. Binding is mostly about time. It can be about other things. But I was just talking to David Eagleman, who was talking about a very simple experiment, actually. This kind of shows how your brain is basically always interacting with the outside world and always making adjustments to make its best guess about the most useful present moment experience to deliver. So this is a very simple experiment many, many years ago. And David Eagleman was involved in this research, where they had participants hit a button, and that button caused a flash of light. And so our brains, through binding, the brain notices, is able to kind of calibrate the experience you have because the brain is aware that it is its own hand that is causing the light to flash, that it's cause and effect going on, and so you have this experience of pushing the button that causes the flash of light, which is true, and the light flashes. You can start to introduce longer pauses, starting with 20 milliseconds, 30 milliseconds, going up to I think 100, maybe 200 milliseconds, where if you do it gradually, since your brain is making the adjustment, you can introduce a delay, I think up to 200 milliseconds. If you do it gradually, you will still have the experience, even though there's now a delay between when you hit the button and the light flashes, you will still have the exact same experience you had initially, which is that the light flash was red when you put the button. In your experience, nothing changed. But then, so they gradually give a delay. You've acclimated to that because it's done gradually. They then go back to the original instantaneous flash. Your brain doesn't have time to make the adjustment, and you have the experience of the light flash before you hit stuff. And that is your true experience. It's not like you're confused, but that is, your brain didn't have time to make that adjustment. You think you're in the same environment, you're pushing the button and makes the light flash, and you're calibrating that. But then the participants are suddenly saying, oh wait, that was so weird, the light flash before the button. And so These
That's crazy.
they built a rothschild rock paper scissors computer game that was unbeatable on this glitch that you can set and combining by training. If you introduce the delay early enough, then the computer can get the information before it responds, but you still have the experience that you're both throwing out your rock or paper scissors at the same time. But in actuality, the computer saw your choice before it made its choice. And it's in this window of that you don't notice it.
So that starts to help you build up an intuition that this conscious experience is an illusion constructed by the brain after
Conscious will.
conscious will.
Yeah, and just in general, that consciousness is not the thing that we feel it is driving the behavior. That is actually at the tail end of a lot of decision-making processes. There are studies that are more controversial, and I don't usually like to cite them, although if you want to talk about them, we can. They're super interesting and intuition shattering, but there are now studies specifically about free will to see if there are markers at the level of the brain that can see what decision you're going to make and when you make that decision. And I think that the neuroscience inevitably is just going to get better. And so part of the reason I'm so passionate about this is that there's the science and there's the curiosity that drives me and wanting to understand how the universe works. That I actually see a lot of the neuroscience presenting us with truths that are going to be difficult for us to accept. And I actually think there are really positive ways to view these truths that we're uncovering. And even though they can be initially kind of jarring and even destabilizing and creepy, I think ultimately there's actually a lot. It can have a positive effect on human psychology and a whole range of things that I and others have experienced, and that I think is important for us to talk about because you can't hide from the truth, especially in science. Right? Like it will reveal itself, and if this is true, I think not only for better understanding the universe and nature, which is kind of my primary. It's important for us to absorb these facts and realize that it doesn't necessarily take away the things from us that we fear. I've heard people say, as talked about, common point to make or question to ask a scientist: can you still, enjoy chocolate if you're a molecular biologist? And a molecular biologist would be the one who would understand how to experience chocolate.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway, if you're focused on the details of the underlying nature of reality, let's take the joy and the pleasure and, for lack of a better word, spirituality out of our experiences and means. And I actually think for these illusions like free will and self, the reverse is true. I actually think they could give us, there are reasons and bases for feeling more connected to each other and to the universe, for spiritual experiences, for even just on a more basic level, for increasing our well-being, just in terms of our psychology, of lowering rates of depression and anxiety. Actually, the realizations would be extremely helpful to people.
Well, it's like realizing that the universe doesn't rotate around Earth. The Earth is not the center of the universe. Is a really challenging thought.
Well, and people were worried about how that would affect society.
Well, yes, that's like long term, but short term, I bet you the number of people who had an existential crisis as it got integrated into society is huge. It's like, it's a hard thing you're saying.
But it can't, but it's also a source of awe. And so many people now use that fact to inspire a positive response, inspire creativity and curiosity and awe and all these things that are so useful for human beings.
Where's the source of meaning when you're not the center of the universe, when the you doesn't even exist, that even you, the sense of self is, and the sense of decision making is an illusion.
The truth is that for the most part, sense of self is kind of at the core of human suffering because it feels as if we are separate from the rest of nature, separate from each other, we're separate from, the illusion that I referenced of feeling like, we have these thoughts that are brain-based thoughts, but then the I moves in to make a decision. In some sense, it goes so deep that it's as if the I is separate from the physical world. And that separation plays a part in depression, plays a part in anxiety, even plays a part in addiction. So at the level of the brain, I think, stop me if I'm repeating myself. We started talking about the default mode network. And so we actually know that when the default mode network is quieted down, when people lose a sense of self in meditation and on psychedelic drugs in therapy, there is a feeling that people describe of an extremely positive feeling of being connected to the rest of nature. And so that's a piece of it that I think if you haven't had the experience, you wouldn't necessarily know that would be a part of it. But truly having that insight that you're not the self you feel you are, immediately your experiences are embedded in the universe and you are a piece of everything. And you see that everything is interconnected. And so rather than feeling like a lonely I, bigger universe, there's a sense of being a part of something larger than yourself. And this is intrinsically positive for human beings. And even just in our everyday lives, the choices that we do for work, feeling part of something larger than yourself is the way people describe spiritual experiences, the way many positive psychological states are framed. So there's that.
There is something to the one giant of the universe, everything in it. But there is some sense in which we attach the search for meaning with I, with the ego. And it could almost seem like life is meaningless. Our existence, my existence is meaningless.
You can kind of go there under worldview.
Right.
And the truth is, we want to find a truth out of that downward spiral and not a story that we have to tell ourselves isn't true.
Yeah.
And the fact that we have these facts available to us, that with the right framing and the right context, looking at the truth actually provides us with that psychological feeling we're searching for. And I think that's important to point out.
I think humans are fascinatingly good at finding beauty in truth, no matter how painful the truth is. So yes.
Yes. But in this case, I think there are the concerns are legitimate concerns, and I have myself for how people respond. I've actually had people tell me they had stopped reading my book halfway through because the parts on the Bible were so upsetting to them. And this is something I think about a lot because that kind of breaks my heart. I don't, because I see this potential for these realizations bringing levels of well-being that many people don't have access to. I think it's important to talk about them in ways that override can be an initial fear or spooky quality come out of these realizations.
So at the end of that journey, there's a clarity and appreciation of beauty that if you just write it out. But if you want to read upsetting, I just got through the the 4 books. If you want to read upsetting, my audible is hilarious. So there's conscious in it, and then your book, and then it has Paul Third Right, Bloodlands by Timothy Snyder, probably the most upsetting book I've ever read. If you want to, because it's not just Stalin or Hitler, it's Stalin and it's the worst hits, the absolute best hits. It's really, really, really hard, really difficult. I read Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago and What Was Red Famine, which is and Evermore. That hurt. Yeah. Anyway, so those are truly upsetting. And and those are what the results hiding the truth versus pursuing the truth. So truth in the short term might hurt, but it ultimately sets us free.
I believe that, and I also think whatever the truth is, you have to find a way to maintain civil society and love and all the things that are important.
If you can jump around, can I just ask on a personal note, because you said you suffer from depression? There's a lot of guidance on this topic because it's such a difficult one. How were you when it struck you? How were you able to overcome it?
Yeah, maybe too long an answer, but I've experienced different forms. So it was I would say my depression almost always mostly taken the form of anxiety. I didn't realize how anxious I was, I think, until I was in it. So I was always very functional. I think, all the positive sides of suffering in that way. I think I'm a little OCD as
Hey, this whole conversation is hilarious because we're both suffer at this level of anxiety.
Psychology is just laid out in front of us here.
Sure,
It's
great.
Yeah. Just try to organize.
Hold on. It's on ways.
But then I suffered from postpartum depression after both of my daughters, after both pregnancies. That was a very different experience from anything I've ever experienced, but clearly I had a predisposition towards, suffering from something like that. Anyway, it really wasn't until I fully recovered from the second experience of postpartum depression that I realized that I had been suffering on some level my whole life. And I think I always knew I thought I was a very sensitive person, empathic person. I did it for 10 years. I knew I had a lot of anxiety. I would never have denied that I had a lot of anxiety. I just didn't realize it crossed over into a disorder really until I was an adult and ended up taking Prozac. I took SSRI for postpartum, and it was fascinating to me. I ended up interviewing my psychiatrist. It was so fascinating. And the whole thing, once I was on the other side of it, was what I had, how different I felt during that period of time, and then how quickly the medication made me feel like myself again. I had come out the other side of the experience of postpartum and was going to start tapering off the medication. And in this window where I no longer had depression and hadn't yet gone off the SSRI, I realized that life not only a lot easier than when I had postpartum, but it was easier than it had ever been. And it took taking all of that anxiety away to recognize how much I had been grappling with it my entire life. And it first started coming in the form of realizations like, oh, is this how other people
Yeah.
Is this how other people feel? Is this how that, like the things that I just always thought of myself, I'm really sensitive, I'm an introvert, I need to recognize myself, and all these things that I felt like, I mean, I'm always very high functioning. And in some ways, I'm a professional dancer, and I think that was the type of therapy for me. There was the obsessing for the training and dancing 9 hours a day, and all of that. I now look back on it and see how much that was therapeutic for me, and that I was treating something that it was just an experience of treating an anxiety disorder that caused me to realize that I had one. I didn't know I could feel the way I felt after taking Sunlight, and I became very interested. I mean, I was already working with neuroscientists. I was already interested in consciousness and the brain, and it just, this kind of rattled other intuitions for me in terms of how our childhood shapes who we become. Because I had been convinced my father was a complicated person. I was just going to say again, but he was not diagnosed. I think he was born. I think he had borderline personality disorder and was emotionally abusive. And I thought that all of the ways I experienced the world and all of my anxiety and my sensitivities, I thought almost all of that, if not all of that, was because of these experiences that I brought up and trauma that I experienced as a child. And obviously those things play a part. But what I realized after going through postpartum, and the thing that was extremely informative to me was having my own children, because they were basically living my dream childhood. They had none of the things that I thought would cause the psychological suffering that I experienced. There was none of that, and they have a lot of the same. They struggle with a lot of the same anxiety and panic attacks. And what I realized was how much born into the world with these things that we struggle with strength and all of that. And of course, then if you have an abusive childhood, you're someone who tends to be anxious and sensitive and empathic, and then you're born into an abusive situation. That's obviously a terrible combination. But I never acknowledged or realized how strong just the genetic, the wiring played.
Where's the line between you kind of accepting the challenges you're born with, and this is what life will be, versus figuring out life can be somewhat different?
I think they're part of the same process, and I think it's kind of necessary to accept what you're experiencing and what the situation is and how you feel and the types of thoughts and patterns you tend toward in order to make whatever changes can be made. So I do think it's part of the same process.
I mean, could life have been any different? I do regret aspects of the decisions made, not by you.
I mean, it depends on what level we're talking. I think at a fundamental level, I don't believe anything could be different.
Are you able to think at that level of your life?
Sure, and that's part of what I wanted to talk a little bit about the levels of usefulness of being aware of these different solutions, because I would say most of the time in our daily lives, the types of solutions that I'm interested in shaking up are not useful to remind ourselves of most of the time. And really, there are different levels of usefulness to thinking about and reminding ourselves of places where we have intuitions. So I often use the analogy of living on a stair. So it still feels to most
Welcome,
of us
how are you?
most of the time, in our intuitive sense, we're not thinking about whether the earth is flat or a sphere, but we behave as if it's flat. And that
How's your day going, Tractor? Well, how old are you? It's taking you too long, buddy. You got to leave. You got to be at least 18 to be here. Take care, men. Bye.
That makes no sense. And it would be exhausting to keep reminding ourselves to walk down the street like it feels flat, but it's not flat. Like there's just no reason to do it. It's not useful in that moment. If you're building a house, build it as if the world is flat. But of course, so there are psychological reasons to bring it into view, and maybe spiritual reasons to bring it into view, and then there's like usefulness. So if you're building a rocket to the moon, you better understand the geometry of the Earth. Even if you're flying an airplane, you have to be aware of the truth of our situation. And then I think there are other places where it's interesting to remind ourselves, where I start out my book, just as a way to inspire awe and to get yourself out of your everyday life and see the big picture, which can be just a relief, but also helps you feel more connected to the universe, something larger than ourselves. And so I see these intuitions, reminding ourselves that these intuitions are illusions in the same way, that most of the time they're not useful. They are useful if we want to think about science of consciousness. They're useful for a whole range of neuroscientific studies. And I think they can be incredibly useful in the same way that lying on the ground and feeling gravity pushing you against the sphere and realizing you're floating in the middle of outer space. It gives me the same feeling to realize. And so there's so many levels to it, but if I'm thinking about difficult things that I've experienced, different traumas in my life, when I take a step back and kind of get this bird's eye view of kind of the mystery of this unfolding of the universe and the fact that it happened the way it happened, and whether it could have happened another way, or there's no going back, that's the way it unfolded. And being able to surrender to that, I think, is very psychologically healthy and prevents us from, I think regret is one of the most toxic loops we can get into.
So this is a path to acceptance.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Because free will, I think part of what is the function of the experience of it is learning. I think we can still learn without being under the illusion that we have free will.
So for some people, depression can destroy them. So how can you think about avoiding that?
Yeah. So I didn't totally answer your question. First is therapy, ways that I have worked through anxiety and depression.
So you're an introvert and a deeply intellectual person. Therapy works.
To a point. It was very helpful. I think talk therapy is one tool that can be helpful for, it depends on the therapist, it depends on the type of therapy, but I found it to be one piece, and probably not the biggest piece, actually. But I think I wish I had discovered medication sooner. That would have made a big difference in my life.
Even just intellectually to realize that, I'm not.
It was a lot harder than it needed to be.
Yeah.
And it wasn't about keeping everything just so. There's another state my brain can be in where I don't have to work so hard to be okay. Meditation was probably meditation and psychedelic experiences were probably the most transformative. But a lot of these things don't, I'm lucky that I did my anxiety and depression never really got in the way of my living my life, of enjoying my life. There were struggles. It made life harder for me. But, something like treatment-resistant depression or severe PTSD, these are things that, at this point in time, based on my understanding, I think once you've tried, and the truth is that meditation is often not helpful for those things. It can actually exacerbate them. And the most promising thing that I have seen is this research into psychedelic therapy-assisted psychedelic.
Does that make sense to you that psychedelics work so well for such difficult cases? What is it about psychedelics?
And I've been following this research from the beginning. When they were doing end of life. Yeah, they started with end of life patients. I don't know, maybe 20 years ago. At a TED conference, I met one of the doctors who was doing this research. It was the first time I became aware that the research was happening, and I'd already had my own experiences before that. And so it made perfect sense to me that this worked. It was still astonishing to see the results, to see how successful the work is so much of the time, but it doesn't surprise me. It makes sense, and it's actually in line with all these other things. So quieting down the default mode network. One of the things that's so transformative about taking something like psilocybin, and everyone's experience is different. It can vary each time you take it, even in a single person. But the experience I had, and the experience that many people have that is so transformative, is this feeling that's very hard to describe. That it's a feeling of being one with the universe, and that comes with kind of all one feeling that is, again, hard to put into words. But there's this feeling that everything is okay. And I'd never had that feeling before in my life. And when I took psychedelics, that feeling would stay with me for months. And I never understood why. I was always fascinated. It was as if I was glimpsing a deeper truth of the world, that it's all one thing. We're all connected. There's no sense that there can even be a feeling of loneliness. It's just this visceral sense of being one with everything, and that everything was okay. That all the things I was afraid of, even death, that the universe, in a sense, is an endless recycling. And I don't know, it's hard to describe. But we also know on the other side that depression and anxiety, when people are experiencing those things, the default mode network is more active. And so it's this cycling and this kind of obsessive cycles of thinking about oneself that is a huge part of the suffering in the first place. And so the one thing that's surprising to me about the research is that I may be fudging the data, but it's something like 80% of people who are treated for PTSD after only one session are cured of their PTSD.
Yeah, the effect stays for long periods of time.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
And addiction as well, which is interesting. That's not something I'm personally familiar with, so that was a surprise to me. But yeah, I mean, it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's incredible. Of course, it's also incredible for people who don't suffer to see what psychedelics can do to the mind, which is that kind of appreciation.
Well, and I think it's actually important for this work. It's one of the questions I ask everyone I talk to for this series. Many of them, I won't be able to use that audio. For a lot of them. Yes, and what their experience was, and if that's informed. Actually, initially in the 50s, I wanted to do research on this and look into it. But in the 50s, there were some studies that were being done with scientists there were hundreds of scientists that were put into the study where they were on the brink of some kind of discovery, where they were stuck. So they had been doing research and they were stuck, and they used psychedelics to come up with an answer, to find a path forward, and it was extremely useful for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating. And the nice thing about psychedelics, from my perception, is that they don't currently suffer from the taboo that weed does.
That's interesting.
I don't think so. Like, for example, there's some kind of cultural construct about a pothead that makes it so that, like Elon got in trouble for smoking weed.
Right.
It makes
People
it.
are in trouble for taking mushrooms too.
I don't know.
Really?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't think
That's a surprise.
Because mushrooms mushrooms to me seem like a journey. Like there's a perception that you don't take mushrooms all the time. It's not you take the substance. It's not a lifestyle. It's like going to Burning Man. It's like an experience that stays with you for a long time.
I didn't realize that understanding permeated into the culture.
Yeah, that's a good question. If it has or not, because maybe I have a very narrow perspective of these kinds of things. But I think what has permeated is through Hollywood ideas of what it means to be a person who smokes weed a lot, and that has had its effect. Just hilarious, given the effects of weed versus alcohol. But that's a whole other story.
Have you taken psychedelics?
Yes.
And you've spoken about it on the podcast?
Yeah. So not a lot. I really want to do a lot more. I've taken mushrooms.
Aspirations.
Yeah.
Oh, I know it's a lot.
And I have a very different personality, so I'm very nervous about substances, but I didn't have any addictive relationship with that thing. But every time
it is a treatment for addiction.
But I'm almost nervous because every time I'm taking mushrooms, I've had a really positive experience. I mean, it was it's already that I feel every day, but I feel it more intensely. The thing I feel anyway is appreciation of the moment, how beautiful life is. The weird thing that I feel, not throughout the day, but certain moments of the day, especially early on, it's like life is intense and beautiful. Like, that's usually when I'll it's like everything is awesome. And I remember those feelings because sometimes when I feel really down or those kinds of things, you remember that it's a roller coaster. And then you find the good feelings and it's cool. And it does make me a little bit sad that they kind of fade. And as I get older, you get to use those moments. You realize that you use them well. When you feel great, when you're focused, all that kind of stuff, use them well. Because the mind is your coaster.
Yes, it's true. That's partly why I do this work. I feel like my work is therapy. I don't know if you feel that way.
Work is therapy.
This work, not work in general. Thinking about the deep questions, thinking about the nature of the universe, thinking about consciousness, even meditation. I mean, I got into meditation. To me, it's interesting. To me, I think a lot of meditators feel this way about it, but I'm thinking about it from the perspective of someone who hasn't meditated before. But it feels like a scientific experiment. It feels like it's the same physicist in me who was drawn to meditation because the experience is one of getting closer to your experience and asking similarly deep questions like, what is time? What does that even mean? What do I mean by time? What does it feel like? What is a thought? Most interesting questions.
Hey, how do you meditate? Let's talk about this. So what, you let go of time?
Well, I'm not really doing anything. I mean, the exercise is really so simple. It's just paying attention to your present moment experience. And it's an extremely challenging thing to do. It's not the natural state of the brain. It's an exercise in concentration, which is why athletes and other people who spend a lot of time needing to focus intensely find it so useful. I mean, it's really a focus, a concentration practice. But all it is really, I mean, there's different ways, there are different methods, but it really is quite simple at its core, which is just paying close attention to your present moment experience. And so in Vipassana, which is what I've mostly been trained in, we're usually paying attention to the breath, but there's always some focus of concentration. And the focus can even be just an open awareness, watching your mind go, what comes into your experience. And part of that is the mind, part of it is the external world. So you hear a sound, think a thought, you feel a feeling, your cheek is itching. Am I going to scratch it? Am I not going to scratch it? Just sounds like the most boring thing in the world. And what's interesting is paying close attention to the most boring thing in the world is incredibly fascinating. Noticing that each breath no two breaths are the same, that time keeps moving, that your thoughts keep appearing. It's there, yeah, it's a spiritual practice for
Notice more and more beautiful things about the simpler things. Yeah, great. I like to do that. I don't meditate. I've tried times, and I will. But I meditate. I do meditate. I meditate by thinking about a thing, and like holding on to that thing, right? And just like it's not. That's not really, I guess, technically meditation, but it's keeping a focus on an idea. You walk with it, and you solve the little puzzle of it.
Yeah.
Especially any kind of programming, math stuff. You're holding stuff in your head, but don't look stuff up. Don't take notes. You're only allowed to have your mind, and that's
You would really enjoy a meditation retreat. I mean, you would also not enjoy it. It would be hard because it's all, you wouldn't go nuts. It would be hard, but you would get it.
What's the meditation? Is it usually silent?
It is not always silent, or actually, at least the one I would recommend you do is the silent meditation retreat.
How long?
5 days.
5 days. Okay.
We'll talk later, but you might be my next victim. I have
5 days is a long time.
it's a long time.
Just say.
It changes your brain. It's the type of experience that will change your brain permanently.
There's been like 2, 3, 4 hours.
You don't have
Taking a break.
children. You
I don't
should
have
do
children. How's the children? Oh, the children.
leaving them for 5 days and not speaking is impossible. I've only done one retreat since I had kids. I'm doing another one soon, but only
Maybe that's what the thoughts would be coming in my head. Should be getting married. Should have kids.
whatever. Let the thoughts be.
I think
You'll get
kids old.
really good at letting things be and focusing on the present moment. You might come out with some epiphany about what you should do next.
Yeah. No, I love the idea. Obviously, I love the idea. I love the idea. You know, I'm fasting for 3 days. I want to fast for longer. That's also in a different way, perhaps, but it makes you more sensitive to all the audience. I'm not exactly sure what the chemistry of that is, but obviously, that's just not obvious because you're not always hungry. But you're more. Time slows down, and you feel things. You feel a breeze, all this kind of stuff. And it's very interesting. I think I tweeted something about ideas coming out from, sometimes feeling about coming from outside of you. Sometimes. So you mentioned as you meditate, you notice these ideas come in. So thoughts, ideas, how did that connect consciousness?
So the thing I was responding to that you wrote, I think I was partly picking up on the part of you that would really get a lot out of the meditation retreat. That's my way of beginning that conversation. That experience you had of a thought coming from somewhere else, when you spend an extended period of time paying close attention to your experience, that's how all of your thoughts appear to you. And it's really beautiful because you're letting go just through the practice of meditation, you're quieting down your default mode network, and without necessarily intellectually thinking yourself out of free will, it naturally kind of drops away. And so when you're under the spell of this illusion that you are the author of your thoughts and your conscious experience is driving all of your behavior, and there's an I that stands somewhere near your brain but is not your brain, that stands free of the physical world, is the thing generating thoughts. When you're meditating, that quiets down and can kind of quiet down completely so that your experience just of the next thing arising in your conscious awareness.
But
And
the
so
source of that is still this brain.
what you realize is the source of it is not your conscious experience. And that's the important insight. And that's the insight. And so there are many insights you can have in meditation that align with the science, which is what's really fascinating. Because it doesn't have to be that way. Like I can imagine finding meditation extremely useful and with anxiety and all the rest, having all kinds of insights that turn out to not be true. But the interesting thing is that these insights actually turn out to be true. And so that is one of them, is when you're just watching what your conscious experience actually is, you realize that it's not doing all the things you usually feel like it's doing. And so the thoughts really just arise in much the same way that a sound or a sight or a feeling, maybe your legs start to hurt you when you're just watching moment by moment by moment. Pain arises, bird chirping arises, a thought arises, a feeling arises. You're just kind of watching it all unfold. And there's something really beautiful about that.
Yeah, it's the perspective you can take on us. There's a connectedness to the entirety of the universe, to nature.
Yeah. But there's something so beautiful about consciousness, about the fact that it's not just this dead universe with atoms doing their thing, that at least in this one instance, there is that felt experience of the universe.
Of the universe.
I'm part of the universe, yeah. And there's a, right here, this little point in space and time, there's an experience of the universe.
But it's still interesting to think about where those ideas, if those ideas are solely a construction of the brain, or is there some kind of mechanism of joint collective intelligence of humans as social organisms, or that those like how much of it is me training my neural network and the ideas of tens of thousands of other people, and how much is it myself?
You're talking like in terms of psychic phenomena, or you're talking in terms of just absorbing the information of the past, education, and kind of our collective human project that gets in throughout our lives?
I don't know much about psychic phenomena, but I also want to be open-minded in the way we speak about collective intelligence, because it's very easy to simplify it to it's a neural network trained on knowledge developed over generations and so on. It does feel like intelligence stored in some kind of distributed fashion across humans. Like if you take one out, I think that intelligence quickly goes down.
I don't know how quickly it goes down if you take one out. Depends on which one. I think I half agree and half disagree with what you're saying. But yeah, I mean, the other thing you notice when you spend a lot of time in meditation, and when you spend a lot of time shaking up these intuitions that I think get in the way of clearly thinking about what consciousness is that we are these systems in nature that are not at all isolated. And they're the obvious ways, like if I just stop drinking water, that's going to change the system very drastically, right? So there's just, the energy consumption, but the fact that we exchange ideas is we part of who I am with everyone I've interacted with, and of course people I interact more with sculpted me more, but our brains are sculpted through our interactions with each other as well.
Yes, but I wonder if it's a more correct and useful perspective to take that those interactions are the organisms. Like you're saying, you're still making the brain the primary. There could be like the brain is what it is because of the social interactions, and the social interactions are the living organism. Like that's a weird because it's so.
I don't actually think it's one or the other.
They're both.
Yeah.
They're both.
Yeah.
Like cats and dogs.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit like I have two children, and a lot of these two children will stay. Like when you're preparing to have the second one, and soon after you've had the second one, that having two is kind of like having three, because you are nourishing and protecting and overseeing each individual life then there's the sibling relationship, which is almost another thing.
Yeah. Great. So you've spoken with Don Hoffman a few times. In his book, Case Against Reality.
Yeah.
Maybe more than a few. There's a lot of fun ones. Was there one with Sam? Was it all?
Sam and I interviewed him. Yeah, sorry. Most of the conversations I've had with him are private. They're not
Right.
public. We used to meet before the pandemic. We were meeting about monthly to discuss ideas.
I would love to be a fly wall of this discussion. But he wrote a book, Case Against Reality. Makes the case that our perception is completely detached from objective reality. Can you explain his perspective and let us know, maybe not fully, but to what degree agree and no? So this is much more focused. I guess you guys have an agreement that consciousness is somehow fundamental.
Yeah, I mean, I think we both think we might be wrong.
About consciousness or about
About
reality?
it being fundamental. But I think we both agree that this is a legitimate question to ask at this point in science. Is consciousness fundamental? And I really see it as a question, and I think he does too.
But he goes hard on reality.
Yeah, and
How
it's
do you
interesting
view reality?
especially, so I actually have recorded 3 conversations with him for this project that we're doing. Yeah, and in every conversation we have, we seem to land on the same place. But this last conversation we had, it seemed to be even more clear that the semantics really get in the way. When you get into the weeds in these conversations, it's almost like we need some new terminology because it's hard to know sometimes whether we're talking about the same thing. I have issues with terminology that when we talk about what this terminology represents, it seems like we completely agree.
But the conclusions,
It's possible we have a very similar view of the universe if consciousness is fundamental. It may be an identity. It's hard for me to know because I disagree with a lot of his terminology.
Okay, but our fundamental reality, he says that's like a complete construct. It's based on, it's a complete weird construction that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the truth is that, I mean, if you talk to a neuroscientist like Anil Seth, and I would say most neuroscientists, but he's really good on this subject, and his expertise in his area of focus is in perceptions. He talks a lot about how our perceptions give us an experience of the world, and he calls it a controlled hallucination. I'm sorry, I think he says that he got that term from someone else, but that's the term he used.
We got every term somewhere else. And there's no new idea.
Right. There's a sense in which what Hoffman is saying is we already know the case. So our brains are creating this conscious experience based on these interactions with the outside world. It is in some sense all a controlled hallucination. And someone like Anil Seth, from the neuroscientific point of view, I actually have a quote here somewhere if you have an interest in hearing the quote. But he's essentially saying everything we experience as a perception, including our experience of time and space. So we still don't really know what our experience of space represents out there in the world. And then, of course, when you talk to physicists about the different interpretations of quantum mechanics and where physics seems to be headed across the board at this point is that space and time are emergent, that they're not part of the fundamental fabric of reality. And so there's some ways in which Don is saying things that...
Is he being poetic? Is that the right way to phrase it?
No, go ahead.
He says, like, it's not that your perception is just a controlled hallucination. Well,
No, it's not. He's saying something more than that.
more than that. I mean,
but my point is that a lot of what he's already saying, on some level, science is already there and could agree with.
Yeah, but not all the way.
Yeah.
Because he's saying, like, that we don't even, the evolutionary process
Yeah.
has constructed our brain mechanisms in such a way that we're really far from having access to objective reality.
Although I think we already know that as well. I mean, if any version of string theory is correct, and of course we don't know yet, it's all up for grabs, but the truth is each theory is weirder than the last. If there are 15 dimensions of space, we are just not, we're not
But
to be able to understand the fundamental reality.
But I think we have a consistent abstraction that seems to be reliable, like a blockchain.
Yes, and he's not just saying that we really only have a tiny window onto reality. He's saying that window onto reality is giving us a lot of false information.
Yeah, it's false. It's not just an abstraction; it's false. Because he's saying there's no reason it needs to be true. Like there's no, it's not required to be true, and in fact, there's through natural selection, it's very possible to imagine. It's likely to imagine that we will evolve in such a way that you're going to just be lying to yourself completely. And but the question there is, if that's the case, it's a really interesting thing to think about. I think the regular way in which he approaches it is really admirable. I do think it's scientific, but it's the question for me is why is it so consistent across all of these organisms? We all seem to see the table, like, and feel and
so what he will agree. So what I would say to that, and when I post this to him, I really don't want to speak for him, but I'll answer it myself and say that I believe he agrees with what I'm about to say, which is that the things we perceive are connected to the structure of reality. It's just that the structure of reality is made of something completely different than the thing we're experiencing. So imagine if you just go with the holographic principle, loosely, and actually the holographic principle applies to black holes only. So there's EDS, EFT duality, consider space, conformal field theory. Am I getting all these terms right?
Terms are right. I can't believe we're going there.
Well, I mean, this is where I've gone in all my physicists because the idea is so if we just have the basic principle that reality and all of the information can be contained or is actually in a two-dimensional space that gets projected. This is something that you don't buy based on look on your face.
No. I'm actually freaking out because yes, any theory of modern physics gives inkling that reality is very weird.
Right. And completely different from how we experience.
That's one example.
So this is an intuition that, for whatever reason, has always felt true to me. This is the way I thought about things as a child. I think that others felt this way when I've had experiences with psychedelics, and this is where I started to sound crazy too.
Nope.
But
everybody else is crazy. It does.
But that has always seemed right to me, and that's always the thing that I feel like I'm looking for. That funny. Recently, I was thinking that it's as if I feel like and it was more how I was thinking of how I felt as a child, but I feel this way a lot as an adult too. That the image is one of a snow globe that I'm confined to this snow globe based on my human perception, and the truth of reality is out there. And it's actually why I'm so drawn to shaking intuition. I feel like every time we shake up an intuition, it's like an opportunity to leave the snow globe for a moment. Smashing marbles and seeing, it's not liquid in there like I thought. It's getting this truer than typically experience.
There he is.
I feel like it's for a long time.
But
is it okay? Did it? Nothing's broken. That's how. The first thing I was going to ask you is, did your app crash or like that? It must have happened like 2 or 3 hours ago. But any idea how it felt? Any idea how it fell? Oh man, I've been there. I I've fucked up some computers that way. Well, that's good. You wanted to be. That's all right. Well, it's still early. I imagine you just go get some more sleep and you're ready to go. Yeah, enjoy that. Dog, that's one of the great things in life. It's free. No one can really take it away from you under general circumstances. It charges your body. And I was thinking about this morning, or actually last night. It's like a little time machine that, like, it's like, okay, I'm gonna get in this capsule, and when I awake, it's gonna be later. I don't know when, but it's gonna fast forward. So enjoy your. Yeah, I enjoy it. When it happens to me, first thing I do after saying some quick prayers is check out what's going on online, and there's always new shit. It's like, oh wow, now I got shit to do and people to fuck with and messages to answer, and it's nice. All right, big dog. Will you enjoy your sleep?
Whatever is
Please
true
do.
about the fundamental nature of reality is not something we're experiencing. However, it is linked. Gives us clues to it. So one image I came up with recently. I actually wrote about this. I have an article in Nautilus about time, because I was, as I spend time thinking about what it would mean for consciousness to be fundamental, and at the same time I'm talking to physicists about different interpretations of quantum mechanics, and the fact that the ones I'm talking to believe that space and time are emergent and are not part of the fundamental story. I was thinking about what could time be if it's not the way we experience it? What could it be pointing to? And I'm not the first person to think like this. Many people have developed different thought experiments around this. But and this is, I'm not saying this is the way things are, but this is just one solution: is that time and causality appear to us the way they do because for whatever reason we're only perceiving one moment at a time, and these connections between events that we perceive as time are actually part of the fabric of reality. There's some structure to reality at a deeper level, where it's like shining a flashlight on the structure of reality, where for us, for whatever reason, everything else disappears, and the only thing that exists is that single pinprick of light that we happen to be inhabiting, or that we can perceive, but the rest of it is there. And so that even though time would be an illusion, and the causality in the way we experience it is an illusion, or it doesn't mean what we think it means, it's still pointing to a deeper structure. There's something that it corresponds to in the fundamental nature of reality. And I've had enough conversations with Don, I think, to know that he would agree with that our perceptions map onto something. It's just not experience that we're having. So to go back to the idea that all of reality could be contained in two dimensions, and there's something about the interaction between different points that cause this hologram, so that it seems like there's a three-dimensional world when in fact that it's a projection of this two-dimensional surface. What we experience as space still references something at the fundamental level. It's just that it's not space. And that is something that makes a lot of sense to me. I posted an excerpt. George Musser wrote a great book spooky action at a distance. Spooky action at a distance. And he talks about, he's a great science writer, and he talks about ways to kind of absorb what this would mean, this ADS-CFT duality. And he talks about, he gives an example of music as an analogy, that two different notes can exist in three dimensions as if the other doesn't exist because of the frequency of the sound waves. And that in another way, you can think of the sound waves existing in different dimensions. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So
I don't speak as well as I write, so I've written about this in a way that I think is easier to absorb than the way I just described it.
But I think causality is the trickiest one.
Yes.
Time is a tricky one to like. Oh boy!
And there are physicists who think that space is emergent, but time is still fundamental. And Lee Smolin is one of those scientists. And it's really interesting to talk to him about this. But yeah.
So time being emergent is a really tricky one to think about.
Yes.
Also, I wonder if it's possible at which point does the experience of time start becoming a part of the conscious experience of living organisms. So is it something that evolved on Earth?
Yeah.
Only? Or is
it's also very hard to think about consciousness without time. And that's something that's really interesting for me to think about too. Although, not that this is scientific evidence of anything, but I and many others have had the experience, a timeless, spaceless experience in certain states of meditation and under the
and that's still a conscious experience, would you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
But didn't you say that some aspect of conscious experience is memory?
It seems like that. No. So I said an experience of being itself is due to memory. It seems that consciousness and time are inextricably linked, but I think that may be an illusion also. And when I think about consciousness being fundamental, and someone like Max Tegmark, I don't know if there are other mathematicians, I'm sure there are, he's the only one I know of who talk about mathematical forms and shapes as not just being, he talks about them as being actual objects in nature that exist, that are not just mathematical structures that we can think about, but any mathematical structure that comes out of the math actually exists in reality.
Yeah.
And so when I think about consciousness being fundamental, I think about physics and mathematics being a description of the structure of it. And that when mathematicians say things like that, or physicists say things like that, it makes sense if we're talking about a conscious experience of some sort.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, first of all, Max is great. Man, this is really interesting to think about, like what is fundamental.
Yeah.
It's a good exercise to do in general.
Yeah.
Like to really think through it. I mean, ultimately, it's a very humbling process because we're probably in the very early days of we can't currently, right?
Right, currently. Maybe permanently, but I remain optimistic.
Right. Well, to jump around a little bit, the Google AI engineer, using the terms from the press is kind of hilarious. But
why, is this a friend of yours?
No, it's not. No. But just, the term AI is really not used amongst machine learning people.
Oh, I see.
So, like, I'm using kind of Google AI engineer, and it's like sentience and chatbot, and like none of those words are really used by the people that actually build them. You're much more likely to use language model versus chatbot, or like natural language dialogue versus chatbot, or whatever. It's certainly not sentience, but that's the point. I mean, sometimes the difference between the public discourse and the engineering is actually really important. Engineering tends to want to ignore the magic. They don't notice the magic. Anyway, the Google AI engineer believes that the Lambda 1 language, natural language system achieved sentience. I don't know if you paid attention to that. You didn't. But the general question is, do you think a chatbot, do you think a robot could be conscious?
So, I mean, this answer is slightly different or very different depending on whether I kind of follow the assumption that consciousness emerges at some point in physical processing or whether it's fundamental. Since I've chosen to stay on the fundamental channel, I mean, then it's kind of a silly answer because if consciousness is fundamental in the way I currently think about it, it's the only way I imagine it working. Every physical thing we perceive is a representation of a conscious experience. So, I mean, yes, it's true of everything in the world. However, I would say if that's the case, even though there's a way in which it's behaving in similar ways to a human being, the way it's constructed, what it is actually made of, and the physics of it is so different that I would expect it to have an entirely, completely non-human conscious experience. And whether it even feels like a self, I think would be a big question mark.
Well, this question is of ethics, and
Yeah.
is it capable of suffering? Is suffering connected to consciousness? Or
I mean, obviously, it's the only way you can suffer is in a
well,
conscious.
maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's more connected to self and consciousness.
I would say, I mean, just on my own use of these words, suffering is only something that can happen in a conscious experience.
Right. So can robots suffer?
If they have anything that has a conscious experience can experience suffering. Yes.
But do plants suffer in the same? So is there some level where when we construct our morals and ethics, that is there a class of conscious experiences or organisms that are capable of conscious experience that we can anthropomorphize sufficiently such that we give them rights?
Yeah, I mean, this is not an area that I have spent, for me, I have not spent a lot of time thinking about this. Most people expect that I have. It's interesting. These types of questions are much less interesting to me than the other questions, and I think it's because I'm interested in the physics of things. I'm somewhat interested, I'm definitely interested in ethical questions for human beings, but I have spent very little time thinking about the implications for other types of intelligence. I will say that I think the capacity for suffering of capacity for suffering of a conscious system goes up with memory and with a sense of self. So if you take if anesthesia only erased your memory and it didn't actually make you unconscious, you actually experienced horrifically experienced surgical procedures, but we could completely wipe out the memory of it. As nightmarish as that scenario is, and I'm not suggesting you should ever do this, I would say if our only option were to erase your memory of it, that would be a more ethical thing to do than to have you maintain that memory, because the suffering is then carried across a longer distance in time.
That's presuming that suffering is unethical.
Well, isn't that what ethics is all about? It's about suffering. I mean, I think ethics is all about suffering and well-being, and I don't know what ethics is about that.
There's different measures of suffering. So having one traumatic event.
Dude, come on in, man.
If you erase that one traumatic event, that potentially might have negative on net consequences for the growth of a human.
So then it's a different question, but I would say that memory increases suffering globally. So that if any moment of suffering only existed for itself in the present.
There he is.
All
All right, big dog.
Lesser kind of suffering.
You ready to get your ass kicked? Excellent. Hey, I was just on Kick. I don't know if you're aware, but Aiden Ross hasn't streamed on Kick in like more than a month. And he's got this, yeah, but he's coming back. He's got this AI bot though, or somebody does, that you can ask it any question, and it's pretty realistic to have like an AI Aiden Ross. It's pretty cool. Well, I'm the perfect person to help you because I will whoop your ass until you're so tired you can't see straight. All right. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to beat 5 fucking games. I'm beating you 5 fucking games right off the bat. Perfect. All right. Well, did you see how good my drive is? Does that make you any happier? Okay, that's some serious unrealized unrealized profits. All right, but it'll be back up. Just be patient. Be patient. You know how the game is. In case you weren't aware, I'm winning 1-0. Doug, I'm telling you right now, it's already better than your shot. Your shot is dog shit. I don't know. It seems like you would have lost either way, but who knows? That's true. Oh, I like this hole. No, I like it because if you go first on this hole, you can really fuck up the second person. Let's see your shot, dog. That's pretty good. That's a that is a perfect shot, my friend. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. Did you see Tiger Woods' son got a hole in one and his dad was in the bathroom in golf? So you know who Tiger Woods is, right? I don't know if his dad was in the bathroom, but the announcer said he was taking a break. But basically, his son had his first ever hole in one in tournament play ever, and it was in a tournament in the final round in like a father son tournament. And apparently, Tiger was in the bathroom and missed it. I don't know for sure if he was in the bathroom, but that's what they made it seem like. Real golf, yeah, like it was on a par 3. Man, this you made a difficult shot, difficult hole. Oh, what a fucking great shot! You really needed a. It's not common at all. It's very, very rare. I don't like this hole. I find it to be very difficult. And everybody always fucks me over. Riser always fucks me over on this hole. Oh, you hit a perfect shot. I mean, you can't win. So That's what you want to do, though, right there. That's perfect. Up. Let's see what you've got. Man, I keep going in the water. But that's okay. I already got the win. 301st win of all time. That's one in a row. I'm going for 5 in a row, and then I'm going to beat the shit out of you in Uno. Oh, that was really bad, Zoot. Giving you an opportunity to fucking do really well. Oh, Zoot's going to take the lead. 2 out of 10. Dude, that was a 9 out of 10. Oh, I got fucked. Slow down. No. I'd rather have your shot. Your shot has a backboard. There you go. Zoot takes his first lead. All right, I hate this fucking hole. Oh, you fucked up. But not really. You kind of put it in the perfect spot to fuck me up. I know. Oh, what are you doing? You're all in my way. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, I'm gonna fucking win. Oh man, that was a very fortunate win. All right, big dog. You ready for this shot? Not what I wanted to do. But I'll take it. I mean, it could be way worse. Look at this shot. Get there. Get there. Hit my ball, big dog. Water. I have a feeling if I let the thing. Oh! I had a feeling that was going to happen. You got a really good opportunity to just. No way. He takes the lead again, folks. You really should be up 3-0. Dude, you put the you're in a great position because I'm going to hit your ball. Oh, no, but I hit that thing because your ball was in the way. All right, let's see what you've got. Go in the water. Hit that wall and come back. But by you doing that, you're fucking me. No, you're in a better position. Not if I'm in your way. Oh, we're gonna tie on this hole. I almost got very fortunate. I almost did. All right, so you can't lose. Oh, what a good shot. Oh, I don't think it's possible to make it from there in the hole. In 2 shots? Oh, what a terrible shot. I almost really fucked myself. Two wins in a row. Counts as a win here, baby. I love this hole. This is my favorite hole. Oh, you. That hitting it off the back wall is such a key little trick. All right, make it, big dog. What was his favorite? Interesting. Stanley Kubrick. What do you think of this shot? Don't forget, there might be a hidden hole. Water. Oh, I fucked up. Try to bounce it up. It's not there, dude. It's the other tree. What do you think of that shot? Would you take it? Let's see it, big dog. Nope. That's exactly what I wanted to do. It gives me a clear shot to the hole. And the hole's in the corner. It's easy peasy. Lemon squeezy, baby. Easy peasy, lemon, squeezy, baby. Let's see it. I extend my lead. I don't like this hole. I miss those swirly things. Oh, that was a really good shot. Those lollipop things, I miss those things. Come on, you little bitch. Dude, that's not good. What are you going to do? Play the craziest angle ever. That's correct. That would be a wild shot. No way. Amazing shot, Zoo. Now, you ready for this? Okay, it gives me a shot at the hole. And my ball's still ahead of yours, so if anything, you would just bump me. All right. Now, I don't think I can make it straight in. How'd you like that shot? Too hard. Still undefeated, dog. Yeah. You're in trouble. That's true, and it's difficult. I don't think it's possible for me to make it in a normal way. I think I just have to. That could be. Stop. We're looking at 3 wins in a row. What are your thoughts on this? Three wins in a row, big dog. All right, here's your hole. You made it in twice in a row at one point. Get in the water. I feel like the ball doesn't go in the water very often on this hole. It is an amazing shot. Listen to Caspian Sea go at Caspian Sea. Look at this shot. What do you think of it? Oh, you're gonna fuck me, aren't you? Oh, stop. That was a beautiful shot. I take the lead. Yeah, you could have made it. I love this hole. Good fellas. I agree. 4 out of 5. Your rate, your rating system sucks. Did you see how efficient I was on this hole? The characters? Henry Hill. Henry Hill. You mean the characters or the actors? Ray Liotta, Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci. That Sorvino guy, Paul Sorvino. What a shot. Dude, did you just see that? Did you see my shot? Man, I am just steamrolling your ass right now. All right, you ready for this one? You're just going to copy me? That's a good question. I don't normally continue to watch them if they're bad. Um, that's a good question. Oh, stop. You have a chance to steal a hole. I'd love to see this go in. The worst movie I've ever seen. You just made that? That was phenomenal, dude. That was maybe the worst kind of shot you could have on this hole. What's the worst movie I've ever hit my ball in the water? Right. Oh, what an amazing shot if that would have gone in. You have a difficult shot here. No, you got to hit it harder than that. Not now, you're not. It's correct. Oh, get in there. Well, I don't know what money I put into this, but okay. Make it. Rabbi wins 4 games in a row. And for the 5th game, as Rabbi predicted, and then I'm going to beat your ass at fucking Uno like it owes me money. Look at this shot. Look how amazing this shot was. Yeah, well, it's a game of chance, so fuck it. I like games of skill like mini golf. You need an amazing shot here. No way. You deserve to make that. That was a really good shot. All right. I've never heard the sounds in this game. I don't. All right. How about this shot? Does it have this? Hit my ball. How about that? That was a good shot. Very good. Oh, this is your hole. Look at this shot. Look at the athleticism. Look at this move. Thanks, big dog. Let's see you make it. I don't know if it's possible for you to make a hole in one. Maybe. But it would. Oh, that stinks. Oh, I got fortunate. All right, here we go, friends. Oh, into the black shit. I don't think I can lose. No. Are you sure about that? Look at this shot. If you hit that, it's going to go in the black, meaning the hole. Oh, what a shot. Yeah, I'm right. I can't lose. I suck at this hole. No, I suck at it. Everybody always fucks me up. just to be fun. It's gonna get in the same amount of shots. See? Rabbi won 5 straight games, just like I predicted. Uno time. First to 10. Oh, fuck. Fuck, dude. Uh-oh. I agree. How'd you like that, big dog? How'd you like that? One nothing. How'd you like that? You thought you had me fucked. I did. I don't know. Right. Oh, fuck. I love how you call the good cards premium cards. To some extent. Is that 3 games? 3-0? I like calling them premium cards. I like that you call them that. I think it's funny. Four games straight. Came out swinging today. Oh, I'm fucked. Oh, you fucked me. Psych. How do you like those 8 cards? Wow, you had a ton of cards. Uh-oh. 4-1. And you did that, and you were getting eight cards. That's a lot. I made a mistake. Four two. What did you just say? Oh man. I have very weird cards right now. Five two. It was pretty weird with three skips in a row. Dang. 5-3. It gave me 14 cards. I've never seen that many. Okay. but you didn't. Fuck. Five, four, five, five now. Fuck. Wow. 6-5. I don't even know what happened there. It's all about just the draw, dude. It has nothing to do with you being smart or better or more athletic or better looking. It's just the cards. You fucking did it again. 7-5. I wasn't even paying. You took the two cards, even though I know that you have a +4. I just do. Oh, you're gonna win. Fuck. Is it? Is it 7-5 or 8? Is it 7-5 or 8-5? Perhaps. Wow. Finally, 6, 7. Is that correct? Okay. Seven all. There we go. That was a quick win. Wow. Eight, 7. Yeah, big dog. Right now, this one because I don't have any left. All right, 9-7. Well, you didn't, and I'm glad that you didn't. Oh man, that no, it wasn't. I had a bunch of really good cards. No. Oh, great, great, great move. Seems that way. Man, I fucked up. 10 wins. You have another one yet? All right, this one first to 5. Yo, big dog. Are you fucking serious? How many cards do you have? You have 8 cards. 5. I'm ready for it. Oh man. Fuck that. 1-0. No, because it's not all skill based. Ooh, you're right about that. And I can't fuck you. Perhaps. Big time. Wow. Oh, I've got everything now. I wish there was a way to know if like all of the +4s were drawn and everything. Hey, look, there's like go to the select items. There's like stuff you can choose. What is this? Florence card sets. They're like different cards. Oh shit. Live. Let's see. Is this the right game? I think so. Two nothing. Two one. I wish there was just a rematch button instead of having me have to do that every time. Shit cards. Yeah, big dog. Wow, look at all your skips, dude. Why? Two, big dog. 2-2. Yeah, big dog. Are you fucking serious? What the fuck was that, dude? What the fuck was that? Fuck. 3-2. Nobody got time for that. Fuck. Wow. 4-2. Yo, big dog. You may have. Time will tell. Wow. You really fucked me there, dude. Five two. All right. Good job, dude. Oh, get some sleep, big dog. Enjoy yourself. Good games.
That's drawn out over time.
Shit happens when you party naked,
So
big
hard
man.
to think about.
And
Yeah.
so, yeah, I mean, in terms of AI, if they're conscious and there's a sense of self and memory, which I actually think you need memory to have a sense of self. Actually, sorry, I take that back. I actually think you can have a really primitive sense of self without memory. But an AI that is conscious, that has memory and a sense of self, yeah, that's capable of suffering. Absolutely.
Well, one of the things is you said you haven't really looked into this area because there's so many interesting things to look into, and you're really focused on the physics side. To me, the neuroscience experiments that you mentioned, where there's a difference between the timing of things that kind of reveal there's something here.
Yeah.
To me, working with robots, I have robots that are moving around my home in Austin. It's a very good embodied thought experiment. Like, here's the thing that looks like it has a free will. It looks like it has conscious experiences, and then I know how it's programmed. So like I have to go back and forth, and it's this is what I do. You lay on the ground looking up at the stars, thinking about plants, and I look at like a robot like.
Well, you can do this with plants too. I mean, there's some complex enough behavior that looks like free will from a certain angle. And it makes you wonder two things. One, is there consciousness associated with that processing? And two, if there isn't, what does that say about our experience? And
both are
our circumstance and nature is that thing. Yes. But yeah, I do that with plants all the time. I go back and forth. But the zombie thought experiment now, at least for me, is often presented as AI because now that's easier, as robot, because that's easier. I don't know if it's just because it's in pop culture now in the form of films and television shows, but it's easier to get to that point of contemplation, I think, by imagining a robot.
I don't know why exactly I'm bothered by philosophers talking about zombies, because it feels like they're missing. It's like talking about. It's reducing a joyful experience.
Mm.
So like that's like talking about listen, when you fall in love with somebody,
Yeah.
the other person is a zombie. You don't know if they're conscious or not. You're just making presumptions and so on. It's like it's just philosophers who do this kind of thing.
Yeah.
They might as well be a zombie. Or there's no such thing as love. It's just a mutual like economists will reduce love to some kind of mutual calculation that minimizes risk and fidelity over time.
Right.
It's like, all right. What I want to do with each of those people is I want to find every one of those philosophers that talk about zombies and eventually give them one of those robots and watch them fall in love. And see how their understanding of how humble they are by how little we understand them.
That's the point of the zombie experiment. I mean, the zombie,
Sure, maybe
the zombie bot experiment. I can't speak for any of them.
zombies? Is that the thought? Is that
No,
the point?
so for me, I mean, I don't like spending much time on it. I think it has limited use for sure, and I understand your annoyance with it. But for me, what's so useful about it is it gets you to ask the same questions you're asking when you're looking at robots. If you just run the experiment and you say, okay, I'm sitting here with Lex. What if I try to trick myself? What's different about the world if someone tells me actually he's a robot? It's essentially what the zombie experiment is. He's over there. He has no conscious experience. He's acting like there's no experience there. So it gets you to ask some interesting questions. One is, okay, when it seems impossible, I just think, no, that makes no sense. I can't even imagine that. Okay, what do I think consciousness is responsible for? What is consciousness doing in that human over there that is left that I can't fathom all of your behavior and everything that you're doing and about without consciousness? So it gets you to ask, and these are the questions I begin my book with. What is consciousness doing? It gets you to ask that question in a deeper way. And then I kind of found this alternate, I don't know if other people have done this, but I found this alternate use for it, which is even more useful to me, which is I'm able to do it sometimes. I'm able to just sit with someone and get my imagination going and imagine there really is no conscious experience there in that person. And what happened for me the first few times I was able to do this, it reminded me exactly of how I feel when I look at complex plant behavior and other behaviors in nature where I assume there's no conscious experience. And to me, it just flips everything. It just flips everything on its head. It just gets you to be open to possibilities that you were closed to before. And I think that's useful.
Does it enhance or dissipate your capacity for love of other human beings? What role does love play in the human condition?
So, I mean, in so many ways, it's the most important role. I don't think any of these realizations. I mean, if anything, I think it enhances it. But I don't think they. I mean, it kind of goes back to the levels of usefulness.
Sometimes you want to picture your friends as a plant. It's helpful. It's helpful to appreciate the beauty that they are as an organism.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For me, the more time I spend practicing meditation, seeing through these illusions, the more poignant my conscious experience becomes. And love is obviously one of the most powerful and one of the most positive experiences we have. And I don't know, there's whatever it causes, there's just something miraculous about it in and of itself and for itself.
I think romantic love is a beautiful thing. Connection, friendship is a beautiful thing. And it's so interesting how people grow together, how interact together, disagree together, and make each other better. I like scientific collaborations like this too. Daniel Kahneman and Tversky. I mean, and most people are not able to do that in the scientific realm. They create, the more successful you become, the more solid.
It's rare, and you recognize it when you have it. When you have a great collaboration, I mean, in science, but also in other areas. In this TED production I'm working on, I just happened to be working with this producer where we had this instant connection, and the chemistry is great, and I have so much fun recording with her. It's like so great to have. I usually work alone, and it's been wonderful to have.
So it's like a chat. It's like a conversation type of thing.
Yeah, she's taking my conversation. We're playing around with it. We're working on the pilot. So.
I love how you have no idea how it's going to turn out. It's great.
Yeah. Well, I just started working without a clear image of the end result. Although it started with an idea for a film. I don't know. I guess I have a feeling. I was wondering if I talked about this with you before anywhere. But probably not.
No.
Yeah, because you and I have never spoken.
No, we just met. We just know each
You
other.
mean you didn't see me when I was listening to that podcast
Yeah.
of yours and had that thought? You didn't hear that thought?
I mean, we were mentioning this offline as a small tangent. There's a cool dynamic in how we get to become really close friends without never having met, never having talked one way. But it could be one-way friendships that form. It's a beautiful thing. I think, I don't know, that makes me feel like we're all connected.
Yeah.
And you're almost like plugging into some kind of weird thing.
Yeah. So there's so many things I want to say now, but here's one thing is the way I think about consciousness, if it's fundamental, is analogous to a pot of boiling water, where the water is the consciousness and the bubbles are the conscious experiences. And so it is all one thing, and then there are these shapes that take form, and there's a felt experience, right? It's all felt experience. And so when we're able to let go of this sense of self or this illusion of self, the idea that experiences are happening to something or to someone drops out. And what you get is just experiences arising. So there's a fundamental nature of the universe, which obviously has a structure and obeys laws. But what you get out of that are appearances of different conscious experiences. They're just coming into being, right? And so there is, under that view, I mean, there are different ways to look at the fundamental nature of reality without consciousness and kind of come up with a similar view. But in that view, it is kind of one thing with different experiences.
And in that boiling pot is a lobster, which represents the human condition.
The devil.
Because life is suffering. I don't know if you've read Wallace considers the lobster. I mean, it's
no.
the stuff that we do to lobsters is fascinatingly horrible. But
no. I mean that was my first rejection of many worlds. Just my psychological rejection of it was just imagining the multiplication of all the suffering. I spend a lot of time thinking about, consumed by, and trying not to be overwhelmed by the depth of human suffering. To imagine many worlds with it's just
infinite suffering.
Yeah.
What is it about humans? I think you spend too much time on Twitter. Is focused on the suffering. I mean, there's also the awesomeness. And I think the awesomeness outpowers the suffering over time.
So it's nice. I wish I believed that.
With memory, as you said, the suffering is multiplied. It's an interesting thought. With memory, beauty is multiplied as well. So it's like
where I stand with it, and I'm for some reason still optimistic that we can get ourselves to a different place. But the way things currently are, or the way things have always been for animals and humans and any conscious life form is, to me, the suffering seems so much more impactful and powerful than any happy, for lack of a better word, experience. That no happy experience is worth its equivalent experience of suffering.
That's certainly how I feel as well. But I've learned not to trust my feelings.
Yes.
So, the folks who are religious will ask the question, which I think applies whether you're religious or not. Why is there suffering in the world? Why does a just God allow suffering? Or those kinds of questions. I think it does seem that suffering is a deep part of human history. And if to really think about that,
Part of nature. I mean,
part of nature.
if feeling good is surviving and thriving, nothing survives and thrives forever. So you just encounter suffering. It's just built in.
Yeah, death meets us all in the end. And only it's kind of hilarious to think about most of nature and the cruelty and the poverty of nature, like how horrible the conditions are for animals
And plants.
and
War. Just all over the place.
War, but it's mostly war, but it's also just it's like poverty. It's extreme poverty. It's like when people like criticize like farms and so on, you also have to consider the suffering the animals. When you try to imagine that animals in the woods are all this happy time, no, it's like you have to really consider if you really ask an animal, would they like to sit in a boring zoo and be fed away from the wild and nature and the freedom and so on? I don't know how many that would choose the zoo versus like nature. Anyway, but what's the meaning of life? Let me ask. Why?
For me?
Yes. There's no you. It's the question for whatever you plug in.
Is that a question for the body and mind system we call Annika?
Call Annika the secret that.
The meaning of life?
Yeah, the why. The why. Why? Is there a why?
It's interesting. I've never been drawn to the why questions. I'm interested in the what and the how. What is life? What is this place? What are we doing? How are we here? How is this taking place? But I mean, if I had to answer, I guess I don't think there is a why. It's funny, the quote, the thought that comes to mind is really like a kind of a cheesy quote that I'm sure is printed on a bunch of mugs and t-shirts. It's Thich Nhat Hanh. I'm going to get it wrong, but it's something like, we're here to awaken from our illusion of separateness. And I don't really see that as an answer to the why question, although that's how it's framed in his quote. We are here for that purpose. I think if there is a purpose worth being here for, that's kind of the ultimate thing.
Let me ask you for advice. You had a complex and a beautiful journey through life. You're exceptionally successful. What advice could you give to young folks in high school or in college about how to live a life like yours, or how to live a life they can be proud of, or have a career they can be proud of? You know, how to pave a path and journey they can be happy with and be proud of.
I haven't really had this conversation with my kids. I mean, we have lots of deep conversations pertaining to each moment or whatever they're facing. I think career is difficult because in so many ways I just feel like I'm lucky that I ended up being able to do for a living the thing I love to do. But
there's no such thing as luck.
Yeah.
With a free will. Luck is an
There's no such thing as luck when you believe in free will, right?
That's true.
I really, in retrospect, started working on my book 30 years ago and had no idea that I was working on a book. And this kind of ties into my advice, which is I think it's really important to follow your passion and to find things that you love and that you find inspiring and motivating and exciting, whether they relate to your career or not. And I think many times, if you persist just for the pure passion of the thing itself, it finds a way into your everyday life.
The career manifests itself.
I mean, that's what happened to me, and it's, I've had such an unconventional path. It's very hard for me to give advice based on that path. But I do believe that it's extraordinarily important to keep your passions alive, to keep your curiosity alive, to keep your wonder at life alive, however you do that. And it doesn't necessarily have to be in your career. And I think for a lot of people, their career enables them the time and the space to experience other things that, maybe wouldn't be as enjoyable if they were their career.
Yeah, in general, a dogged pursuit of the stuff you love will create something beautiful. And if it's an unconventional path, those are the best kind. Those are the most beautiful kind. And it created in this case, I think you're a beautiful person, Annika, a beautiful mind. Thank you so much for doing everything you do and for sharing it with the world. And thank you so much for talking to me today. That was awesome. Good to finally meet you.
Great to finally meet you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Annika Harris. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Mahatma Gandhi. I will not let anyone walk through my mind with their dirty feet. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
And it turns out that if you train a planarian and then cut their heads off, the tail will regenerate a brand new brain that still remembers the original information. I think planaria hold the answer to pretty much every deep question of life. For one thing, they're similar to our ancestors, so they have true symmetry. They have a true brain. They're not like earthworms. They're much more advanced life form. They have lots of different internal organs, but these little nerve 2 centimeters and centimeters in size. We have a brain head. And the first thing is planaria are immortal. So they do not age. The first thing is an old planarian. So that right there tells you that these theories of thermodynamic limitations on lifespan. It's not that well over time, everything degrades. Planaria can keep it going for probably how long have they been around? 400 million years, right? So these are so the planaria in our lab are actually in physical continuity with planaria that were here 400 million years ago.
The following is a conversation with Michael Levin, one of the most fascinating, brilliant biologists I've ever talked to. He and his lab at Tufts University works on novel ways to understand and control complex pattern formation in biological systems. Andre Karpathy, a world-class AI researcher, is the person who first introduced me to Michael Levin's work. I bring this up because these two people make me realize that biology has a lot to teach us about AI, and AI might have a lot to teach us about biology. This is the Let's Read the podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael Levin. Embryogenesis is the process of building the human body from a single cell. I think it's one of the most incredible things that exists on Earth, from a single embryo. So how does this process work?
Yeah, it is an incredible process. I think it's maybe the most magical process there is. And I think one of the most fundamentally interesting things about it is that it shows that each of us takes the journey from so-called just physics to mind, right? Because we all start life as a single quiescent, unfertilized oocyte, and it's basically a bag of chemicals, and you look at that and say, okay, this is chemistry and physics. And then 9 months, some years later, you have an organism with high-level cognition and preferences and inner life and so on. And what embryogenesis tells us is that transformation from physics to mind is gradual. It's smooth. There is no special place where lightning bolts just boom. Now you've gone from physics to true cognition. That doesn't happen. And so we can see in this process that the whole mystery, the biggest mystery of the universe, basically, how you get mind from matter.
From just physics, in quotes.
Yeah.
So where's the magic to the thing? How do we get information coded in DNA and make physical reality out of that information?
So one of the things that I think is really important if we're going to bring in DNA into the picture is to think about the fact that what DNA encodes is the hardware of life. DNA contains the instructions for the kind of micro-level hardware that every cell gets to play with. So all the proteins, all the signaling factors, the ion channels, all the cool little pieces of hardware that cells have, that's what's in the DNA. the rest of it is in so-called generic laws, and these are laws of mathematics, these are laws of computation, these are laws of physics, of all kinds of interesting things that are not directly in the DNA. And that process, I think the reason I always put just physics in quotes is because I don't think there is such a thing as just physics. I think that thinking about these things in binary categories, like this is physics, this is true cognition, this is as if, it's only faking other things. I think that's what gets us in trouble. I think that we really have to understand that it's a continuum. We have to work up the scaling, the laws of scaling, and we can certainly talk about that. There's a lot of really interesting thoughts to be had there.
So the physics is deeply integrated with the information. So the DNA doesn't exist on its own. The DNA is integrated in some sense in response to the laws of physics at every scale. The laws of the environment exist in.
Yeah, the environment and also the laws of the universe. I mean, the thing about the DNA is that it's once evolution discovers a certain kind of machine, that if the physical implementation is appropriate, it's sort of, and this is hard to talk about because we don't have a good vocabulary for this yet, but it's a very kind of a Platonic notion that if the machine is there, it pulls down interesting things that you do not have to evolve from scratch because the laws of physics give it to you for free. So just as a really stupid example, if you're trying to evolve a particular triangle, you can evolve the first angle, you evolve the second angle, but you don't need to evolve the third. You know what it is already. And why do you know? That's a gift for free from geometry in a particular space. You know what that angle is. And if you evolve an ion channel, ion channels are basically transistors, right? They're voltage gated current conductances. If you evolve that ion channel, you immediately get to use things like truth tables. You get logic functions. You don't have to evolve the logic function. You don't have to evolve the truth table. It doesn't have to be in the DNA. You get it for free. Right? And the fact that if you have an AND gate, you can build anything you want to get that for free. All you have to evolve is that first step, that first little machine that enables you to couple those laws. And there's laws of adhesion and many other things. This is all that interplay between the hardware that's set up by the genetics and the software that's made, right? The physiological software that basically does all the computation and the cognition and everything else is a real interplay between the information of the DNA and the laws of physics and computation and so on.
So is it fair to say, just like this idea that the laws of mathematics are discovered, they're latent in the fabric of the universe, in that same way the laws of biology are kind of discovered?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely, and that's probably not a popular view, but I think that's right on the money. Yeah.
Well, I think that's a really deep idea. Then embryogenesis is the process of revealing, of embodying, of manifesting these laws. You're not building the laws. You're just creating the capacity to reveal.
Yes, I think again, not the standard view of molecular biology by any means, but I think that's right on the money. I'll give you a simple example. Some of our latest work with xenobots, right? So what we've done is take some skin cells out of a frog embryo and basically ask about their plasticity. If we give you a chance to sort of reboot your multicellularity in a different context, what would you do? Because what you might assume by looking at the thing about embryogenesis is that it's super reliable, right? It's very robust. And that really obscures some of its most interesting features. We get used to the fact that acorns make oak trees and frog eggs make frogs. And we say, well, what else is going to make? That's what makes sense. A standard story. But the reality is, and so you look at these skin cells and say, what do they know how to do? Well, they know how to be a passive, boring, two-dimensional outer layer, keeping the bacteria from getting into the embryo. That's what they do. Well, it turns out that if you take these skin cells and you remove the rest of the embryo, so you remove all of the rest of the cells, and you say, well, you're by yourself now, what do you want to do? So what they do is they form this little this little creature that runs around the dish. They have all kinds of incredible capacities. They navigate through mazes. They have various behaviors that they do both independently and together. They have basically they implement ongoing self-replication. Because if you sprinkle a bunch of loops into the dish, what they do is they run around, they collect those cells into little piles. They sort of mush them together until those little piles become the next generation of xenobots. So you get this machine that builds copies of itself from loose material in its environment. None of this are things that you would have expected from the frog genome. In fact, they were wild type. The genome is wild type. There's nothing wrong with their genetics. Nothing has been added, no nanomaterials, no genomic editing. And so what we've done there is engineer by subtraction. What you've done is you've removed the other cells that normally basically bully these cells into being skin cells. And you find out that what What they really want to do is to be this. They want their default behaviors to be a xenobot, but in vivo, in the embryo, they get told to be skinned by these other cell types. And so now here comes this really interesting question that you just posed. When you ask where does the form of the tadpole and the frog come from, the standard answer is, well, it's selection. So over millions of years, right, it's been shaped to produce a specific body with this fit for froggy environments. Where does the shape of the xenobot come from? There's never been any xenobots. There's never been selection to be a good xenobot. These cells find themselves in a new environment. In 48 hours, they figure out how to be an entirely different proto-organism with new capacities like kinematic self-replication. That's not how frogs or tadpoles replicate. We've made it impossible for them to replicate their normal way. Within a couple of days, these guys find a new way of doing it that's not done anywhere else in the biosphere.
Well, actually, let's step back and define what are xenobots.
So a xenobot is a self-assembling little proto-organism. It's also a biological robot. Those things are not distinct. It's a member of both classes.
How much is it biology? How much is it robot?
At this point, most of it is biology because what we're doing is we're discovering natural behaviors of the cells and also the cell collectives. And one of the really important parts of this was that we're working together with Josh Bongart's group at the University of Vermont. They're computer scientists to do AI, and they've basically been able to use a simulated evolution approach to ask, how can we manipulate these cells, give them signals, not rewire their DNA, so not hardware, but experiences signals. So can we remove some cells? Can we add some cells? Can we poke them in different ways to get them to do other things? So in the future, there's going to be, we're now, this is future unpublished work, but we're doing all sorts of interesting ways to reprogram them to new behaviors. But before you can start to reprogram these things, you have to understand what their innate capacities are.
Okay, so that means engineering, programming, you're engineering them in the future. And in some sense, the definition of a robot is something you in part engineer.
Yeah.
And versus evolve. I mean, it's such a fuzzy definition anyway. In some sense, many of the organisms within our body are kinds of robots.
Yes.
And I think robots is a weird line because we tend to see robots as the other. I think there will be a time in the future when there's going to be something akin to the civil rights for robots, but we'll talk about that later perhaps.
Sure.
Anyway, so can we just linger on it? How do you build a xenobot? What are we talking about here? From when does it start and how does it become the glorious xenobot?
Yeah. So just to take one step back, one of the things that a lot of people get stuck on is they say, well, engineering requires new DNA structures, it requires new nanomaterials. The thing is, we are now moving from engineering to passive materials, right? The things like wood, metal, things like this. That basically the only thing you depend on is that they were going to keep the shape. That's it. They don't do anything else. It's on you as an engineer to make them do everything they're going to do. And then there were active materials and now computation materials. This is a whole new era. These are agentic materials. This is you're now collaborating with your substrate because your material has an effect. These cells have billions of years of evolution. They have goals. They have preferences. They're not just going to sit where you put them.
That's hilarious that you have to talk your material into keeping its shape.
That's it. That is exactly right. That is exactly right.
You couldn't stay there. It's like getting a bunch of cats or something and trying to organize the shape out of them.
It's funny, we're on the same page here because in the paper, this is currently just been accepted in Nature by Engineering. One of the figures I have is building a tower out of Legos versus dogs. Right? Yeah. So think about the difference, right? If you build out of Legos, you have full control over where it's going to go. But if somebody knocks it over, it's game over. With the dogs, you cannot just come and stack them. They're going to stay that way. The good news is that if you train them, then somebody knocks it over, they'll get right back up. So it's all right. So as an engineer, what you really want to know is what can I depend on this thing to do? Right? That's really, a lot of people have definitions of robots as far as what they're made of or how they got here, design versus evolve, whatever. I don't think any of that. I think as an engineer, what you want to know is how much can I depend on this thing to do when I'm not around to micromanage it? What level of dependency, which agency is it? Which then tells you what techniques to use. So do you use micromanagement, like you put everything where it goes? Do you train it? Do you give it signals? Do you try to convince it to do things, right? How intelligent is your substrate? And so now we're moving into this area where you're working with agential materials. That's a collaboration. That's not old style engineering.
Agential?
Agential.
What's that mean?
Agency. It comes from the word agency. So basically, the material has agency, meaning that it has some level of, obviously not human level, but some level of preferences, goals, memories, ability to remember things, to compute into the future, meaning anticipate. When you're working with cells, they have all of that to various degrees.
Is that empowering or limiting, having material as a mind of its own?
I think it's both, right? So it raises difficulties because it means that if you're using the old mindset, which is a linear kind of extrapolation of what's going to happen, you're going to be surprised and shocked all the time because biology does not do what we linearly expect materials to do. On the other hand, it's massively liberating. And so in the following way, I've argued that advances in regenerative medicine require us to take advantage of this, because what it means is that you can get the material to do things that you don't know how to micromanage. So just as a simple example, right? If you had a rat and you wanted this rat to do a circus trick, put a ball in the goal scoop, you can do it the micromanagement, which is try to control every neuron and try to play the thing like a puppet, right? And maybe someday that'll be possible, maybe. Or you can train the rat. And this is why humanity, for thousands of years before we knew any neuroscience, we had no idea what's between the ears of any animal. We were able to train these animals. Because once you recognize the level of agency of a certain system, you can use appropriate techniques. If you know the currency of motivation more than punishment, you know how smart it is, you know what kinds of things it likes to do, you are searching a much smoother, much nicer problem space than if you try to micromanage the other thing. And in regenerative medicine, you're trying to get, let's say, an arm to grow back or an eye to repair or some birth defect or something. Do you really want to be controlling tens of thousands of genes at each point to try to micromanage it? Or do you want to find the high-level modular controls that say, build an arm here? You already know how to build an arm. You did it before. Do it again. So that's, I think it's both. It's both the difficult and the challenges is to develop new ways of engineering, and it's hugely empowering.
Okay, so how do you, maybe sticking with the metaphor of dogs and cats, I presume you have to figure out, find the dogs and dispose of the cats. Because, it's like the old herding cats is an issue. So you may be able to train dogs. I suspect you will not be able to train cats. Or if you do, you're never going to be able to trust them. So is there a way to figure out which material is amenable to herding? Is it in the lab work or is it in simulation?
Right now it's largely in the lab because our simulations do not capture yet the most interesting and powerful things about biology. The simulation does what we're pretty good at simulating are feed-forward emergent types of things, right? So cellular automata, you have simple rules and sort of roll those forward for every agent or every cell in the simulation, and complex things happen, ant colony or algorithms, things like that. We're good at that, and that's fine. The difficulty with all of that is that it's incredibly hard to reverse. So this is a really hard inverse problem, right? If you look at a bunch of termites and they make a thing with a single chimney, and say, well, I like it better than two chimneys. How do you change the rules of behavior for each termite so they get two chimneys, right? Or if you say, here are a bunch of cells that are creating this kind of organism, I don't think that's optimal. I'd like to repair that birth defect. How do you control all the individual low-level results, right? All the protein interactions and everything else. Rolling it back from the anatomy that you want to the low-level hardware is in general intractable. It's an inverse problem that's generally not solvable. So right now it's mostly in the lab because what we need to do is we need to understand biology, just top-down controls. So the idea is not bottom-up emergence, but the idea of things like goal-directed test operate exit kinds of loops where it's basically an error minimization function over a new space. So not a space of gene expression, for example, a space of anatomy. So just as a simple example, you have a salamander, it's got an arm, you can amputate that arm anywhere across the length. It will grow exactly what's needed, and then it stops. That's the most amazing thing about regeneration, is that it stops. It knows when to stop. When does it stop? It stops when a correct salamander has been completed. So that tells you that's right. That's a means ends kind of analysis where it has to know what the correct limb is supposed to look like, right? So it has a way to ascertain the current shape. It has a way to measure that delta from what shape it's supposed to be, and then we'll taking action, remodeling and growing and everything else until that's complete. So once you know that, and we take advantage of this in the lab, do some really wild things with both planaria and frog embryos and so on. Once you know that, you can start playing with that homeostatic cycle. You can ask, for example, well, how does it remember what the correct shape is? And can we mess with that memory? Can we give it a false memory of what the shape should be and let the cells build or can we mess with the measurement apparatus, right? So it gives you those kinds of stuff. So the idea is to basically appropriate a lot of the approaches and concepts from cognitive neuroscience and behavioral science into things that previously were taken to be dumb materials. And you get yelled at in class if for being anthropomorphic. If you said, "Well, my cells want to do this, and my cells want to do that," and I think that's a major mistake that leaves a ton of capabilities on the table.
So thinking about biological systems as things that have memory, have almost something like cognitive ability. But I mean, how incredible is it? That the salamander arm is being rebuilt on the dictator. It's kind of like the cellular autonomous system. All the individual workers are doing their own thing. So where's that top-down signal that does the control coming from? Like, how can you find it?
Yeah.
Why does it stop growing? How does it know the shape? How does it have memory of the shape? And how does it tell everybody to be like, whoa.
So the first thing to think about, I think, is that there are no examples anywhere of a central dictator because in this kind of science, because everything is made of parts. And so we even though we feel as a unified central sort of intelligence and kind of point of cognition, we are a bag of neurons, right? All intelligence is collective intelligence. This is important to kind of think about because a lot of people think, okay, there's real intelligence, right? And then there's collective intelligence, which is ants and moths and birds and termites and things like that. And maybe it's appropriate to think of them as an individual, and maybe it's not. A lot of people are skeptical about that. So you got to realize that we are not. There's no such thing as this like indivisible diamond of intelligence. It's like this one central thing that's not made of parts. We are all made of parts. And so if you believe, which I think is hard to get around, that we in fact have a centralized set of goals and preferences, and we plan and we do things and so on. You are already committed to the fact that a collection of cells is able to do this because we are a collection of cells. There's no getting around that. In our case, what we do is we navigate the three-dimensional world. We have behavior.
Because we are just a collection of cells.
Oh yeah.
When I'm moving this arm, I feel like I'm the central dictator of that action. But there's a lot of stuff going on. Like all the cells here are collaborating in an interesting way. They're getting signal from the central nervous system.
Well, even the central nervous system is misleadingly named. It isn't really central. Again, it's just a bunch of cells. I mean, all of them. There are no singular indivisible intelligences anymore. We are all every example that we've ever seen is a collective of something. It's just that we're used to that. We're used to okay, this thing is kind of a single thing, but it's really not. Just what you see a bunch of cells running around. And so,
is there some unifying? I mean, we're just jumping around, but that's something that you look at as the bioelectrical signal versus the biochemical, the chemistry, the electricity. Maybe the life is that versus the cells. It's there's an orchestra playing, and the resulting music is the dictator.
That's not bad. And that's any noble kind of view that is probably good. The most where he talks about this musical analogy, right? So I think that's I like it. I like it.
Is it wrong?
No, I don't think it's no. I don't think
Candy
it's wrong.
came in.
I don't think it's wrong. I think the important thing